do a lot of voting?
No. No, it does well. It just was getting a little rough.
No one to cling to. Look out, so, yeah.
Get started with the Portland Planning Sustainability Commission meeting of June 9th, 2015. Our agenda today is call to order items of interest from commissioners. We have a consent agenda meeting minutes from May 26, 2015. And then we have a briefing, climate action plan, the award-winning climate action plan. And then we have a work session and recommendation on the Central City 2035 Southeast Quadrant Plan. And then a continued work session on the comprehensive plan update. Items of interest from commissioners. Mike?
Yeah, I mentioned this once before. This is the 11th annual Policymakers Ride. We take elected officials, transportation planners, advocates out. Had like 150 people or so around the region, showing them the good, the bad, and the ugly with mainly the bicycle infrastructure. This year, given that we've got the big idea of the Green Loop in the comp plan, we decided we're going to focus on that along with some side trips. And I know all of you should have gotten an invite, and I just wanted to reinforce, if you're interested in attending that, it's on August 14th. We start in the morning. Mayor Hales will be doing a keynote. We've asked city staff, BPS, PBOT, BES to be available to describe some of the concepts associated with the Green Loop. So I just encourage any and all of you to attend if you're able to. And if you didn't get an invite, I know everybody was on the list, let me know.
Other items? Susan?
Let me start with, we have a video, a little entertainment first to start off with. It is a 3-minute. It's something that Kat had forwarded on. I don't know if many of you had a time to look at it, but it's sort of a historic look at the city, and we just wanted to play it real quick.
Oh, this is a great video.
I think the passing of time is a journey, a special order to life in which the end is a new beginning. After 100 years, I've seen many changes in Portland. Throughout life, opportunities meet us, and we're sometimes afraid of committing to the unknown. Is it worth the risk? Saying yes is what brought me to this place. Arriving at our new home, the excitement begins to grow, and we feel the promise of tomorrow. Change is certain, and transforming with it takes courage. The beauty and spirit here is found in its restlessness. Following our bliss, with a lingering fear that it can be taken away at any moment. not understand why these things happen, but they do. Sacrifices and letting go, it's hard. But there's no going back to the way it was. Profound griefs we live with. Sometimes you wonder if you'll ever laugh again. And you do. You carry on. We disappear as time carries on. Live a today worth celebrating tomorrow.
So I just thought that was wonderful, and that some of the key points when she was talking about change is certain, and that transforming with change takes courage, and remembering those words and the stuff we're doing today, because sometimes you're in the details of all of this, but when we step back at the big picture, a lot of the stuff we're doing right now will have a massive amount of impact over the next 20, 30, 40 years. And the other thing I thought that was really interesting visually from this was when you look at some of the pictures of early Portland, and it wasn't built obviously as high and as big and as, as much changes as happened today. But in that interim, how much green was added back into the city. And so, the early city, with its 1 and 2 and 3-story buildings, sort of knocked all the trees down and built all this, and it was brown and gray, and partly I'm sure it's because it was in black and white, but a lot of it is also there is something to do with it. But the amount of green that's been added back in the city, especially the past 30 years, is really remarkable. So I thought that was a good way to start the meeting. Couple other quick things. We have 3 items coming to council this month. First, on June 17th, council will have a hearing on Recap 7 that you all had here, and then we'll go on to council. On June 24th, council will likely approve a new deconstruction pilot. We had that at council last week in terms of having some funding that we've come up with for our bureau to help train and provide technical assistance and some financial assistance to builders in order to be able to deconstruct buildings. So when buildings actually are going to come down, if they're going to come down, that we're going to help people learn how to do deconstruction. There was a lot of call there to make this a mandatory program. We're taking a voluntary approach at this time, but council asked us to come back by the end of the year with a report on how is it going. And I think there will be a big discussion at that time about, do we provide incentives, disincentives, or just make this the way things are in Portland? So we'll see. And then the third item is on the 24th, council will also have a hearing on the climate action plan, and that will reflect your deliberations today. I also wanted to give you a quick update on 4 additional projects that were included in our budget, some that we asked for and some that the mayor asked us to do. Those include funding to complete the Central City Plan, so that was additional funding for that was provided in our budget. Funding for the single-family infill project that we've talked about. That includes looking at the scale of new homes, so height and setbacks, building coverage. narrow lot development, so the sort of skinny lot development, and alternative housing options. So are there ways that we can have cottage clusters or internal conversions of large homes or other opportunities, stacked apartments, things like that? And how can we move that into the traditional single-family neighborhoods? So we'll be looking at all of those things over the next 18 months, and some of those things will be coming back to you. We also received funding to develop a mountain bike master plan, and you may have heard of that. Work was going on with BES, Parks, PBOT, Water Bureau on some land, lots of stakeholders in the community. We're seen as sort of not directly having a dog in the fight. We're in the middle, and so I think it is a good place, again, for our Bureau to sort of bring all the partners together and develop this master plan. Similarly, we're going to have, we received funding to develop a beach access master plan, which would be for the area between the Markham and Hawthorne Bridge on the east side of the Willamette. And again, bringing together the partners of Parks and BES and both looking at environmental issues, conservation issues, and recreation issues, and trying to merge those together. So those are some of the things, more specific projects that then you will be hearing about over the next 12 to 18 months, and some of those things will be definitely coming here. Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the mountain bike planning with BPS as opposed to Parks, which is, I have no problem with that. I do have a couple questions. One, is it literally an analysis of mountain biking opportunities, or is it more holistic trails, including mountain? In other words, is all you're focusing on mountain bikes? And the second question is, Metro is undertaking a similar analysis at the regional scale, and I think it's really not that helpful to have just the city of Portland develop its own plans, strategies, whatever. So is the city of Portland going to be coordinating with Metro on this work?
Yeah, so we're already in conversations with Metro, and our staff person is Michelle Koenig-North, who you've met probably on a couple different projects. She's going to be the lead on the project. So we're working with Metro to make sure what we're doing. It is focused on mountain bike, a mountain bike trail plan specifically, and throughout the whole city, not just in one area or another, and looking at what the options are and what the trade-offs are, because there are a lot, and this is a very, hot issue, and it has a lot of different perspectives, from environmental protection to the need for recreation to the need for different levels of recreation. Do we focus, like Parks tends to focus predominantly on the beginner kind of recreation, like not the top end thing, and how do we look at mountain biking as something that a lot of families and individuals could be doing, and then at the same time, what are the impacts on our natural resources? And so there'll be a lot of weighing, and I'm sure you'll potentially, or others will be a part of this discussion.
The critical thing is looking at the regional perspective is, Portland does have, it's got a very good set of natural areas, but it's pretty limited. So the idea of disbursement throughout the region is what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, great, thank you.
Any other comments? Consent agenda, consideration of minutes from May 26, 2015. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? No. Passes. Climate action plan. This is a briefing. We'll have Tom Armstrong.
All right. Is this on? Is this on? Oh, it is. Closer. Thank you. All right, commissioners. My name is Michael Armstrong. Nice to see you all again. With me is Michelle Krim, and I think you all know, but Susan Anderson has worked on climate planning for the city for a long time and has a lot of knowledge, so I will encourage her to jump in whenever is appropriate as well. So, as Susan mentioned, the climate action plan will be in front of City Council for consideration on June 24th. We would like to share this with you. We were here, I think it was at the end of last summer, with the content of what was going out for public comment that later played out over the winter and spring. We want to come back and share with you where the plan is now have a bit of a discussion, get your feedback, and potentially make some tweaks before this goes into City Council. And it will also go to the County Board, because this is a joint city-county action plan. So we'll provide a little bit of context for this, describe the process, highlight some key content areas, share the public comment. Time permitting, we have a short video, but we want to make sure there's time for discussion. So we may have the discussion first and then see where we are and share the video. Okay, so I think you're all aware this is not a new effort by the City of Portland. Our climate work goes back to 1993, the first local government to have what was then called carbon dioxide reduction strategy. That plan has served us extremely well, and one reason we're seeing some encouraging results today is because work on this started so long ago. In 2001, Multnomah County joined together with the City of Portland. So now for almost, for 14 years, we've had a joint city-county climate action plan. In 2009, that plan was completely overhauled. And then what we've been working on over the last 18 months or so is really an update to the 2009 plan. So it continues the same long-term goals, the same, for the most part, the same objectives and the same general framework. We're really focused on updating the actions that the city and county will take over the next 5 years. In part because of this work, going back over more than 20 years now, just a couple of the quick highlights. We're using less energy per person across the board. There's quite a bit less gasoline per person in terms of fueling vehicles. You can see some of the other figures here. Biking is 9 times the national average. Recycling rate very high. Transit ridership has doubled since 1990. Electric vehicles starting to gain traction. Solar has increased from just a couple dozen systems in the mid-2000s even to more than 3,000 today. On down the list. Good work in the community, good work also in city and county operations. So we've got this, a lot of activity, delivering honestly a lot of, I think, community benefits, as well as jobs, savings, and also carbon reduction. From a carbon perspective, you roll all those considerations together, and the bottom line here is total emissions in Multnomah County. As of 2013, the last year for which we have complete data, local emissions were 14% below 1990 levels, and that's despite all the population growth. So on a per person basis, emissions are down 35%. You can see how the trend departs from the national picture. Multnomah County trends down first. It's really important that the national trend is following where we're going. You can't lead if nobody follows. So this is nice to see, and actually other cities are producing similar results. A small handful of them, to be sure, but it is encouraging. Cities are delivering results around carbon reduction.
What do the blips mean? In both lines have a certain uptick at certain times. What happened there?
So lots of factors, and I think in some cases we have a pretty good idea what a 1 year change can mean, but it could mean anything from it was a really cold winter, and so people had to use more natural gas, fuel oil, et cetera, to heat their homes. It could have been a really dry summer, and so we didn't have as much hydropower, and so we had to generate more electricity with coal and natural gas. The longer term trends, I mean, this is definitely one to pay attention to the overall shape and picture as opposed to trying to figure out exactly what was going on in a given year, although sometimes we can take a pretty good guess at it. So even while carbon emissions have been declining, obviously population growth is sort of well established. We've also seen about 20% more jobs in Multnomah County in 2013 compared to 1990. So we really are seeing pretty decent economic growth at the same time that we're reducing carbon emissions. And so this is the slide that really turns heads in China and other developing countries, which have experienced almost lockstep carbon emissions increases as their economies have grown. This is suggesting we can break those apart, and we need to. So this is also an encouraging trend. And at the same time, we have a very long way to go if we're going to achieve the kind of carbon reductions that'll be the local share of helping stabilize global climate. So the local goal is an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2050. So if we're 14% below now, we've got our work cut out for us. We've got some time to do it. The trend is actually about right, starting in 2000, but we have a very long way to go. And so business as usual is certainly not going to get us there. And the point of the Climate Action Plan is to keep an eye on those long-term goals for 2050 and 2030, but be very specific about the actions the city and county will pursue in the next 5 years. And then we update those, new opportunities emerge, technologies change, et cetera. And so what we're looking at now is actions the city and county would take between now and 2020. Okay, and so this is the draft, and we're about to talk about process here. So I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to talk process.
Okay, thank you. So there were a lot of people who were helping us in the update of this climate action plan. We had a steering committee that met regularly, and both Chris Smith and Mike Hauk were PSC representatives on that steering committee. We also had an equity working group that met for 2 hours every week, either in person or on the phone for several months, and that included representatives from 6 community organizations that work with low-income populations and communities of color. And then folks like Linda Nedekoven is here in the audience, and she actually served on both groups. And so we had several steering committee members that also participated on the equity working group as well. We also relied on city and county staff expertise and experience in implementing our climate work to date. And then we also had a couple of ad hoc advisory committees to help us sort of sort through and evaluate the actions that needed to come next, particularly for land use and transportation and buildings and energy. The other thing that we relied on was a body of fairly recent work to help provide policy direction. So we didn't necessarily need to go out and recreate all of the public engagement that had happened around these projects. We could take what came from those efforts and really use that to inform the update to the climate plan. So we had the 2009 Climate Action Plan, and as Michael mentioned, that really is the framework that the 2015 plan is based on. It created the long-term goals, the 2030 objectives, and sort of the framework. And so we're mostly focused on updating the actions in this update. We also had the climate change preparation strategy, which you may recall the city and county adopted in October. And this strategy is particularly focused on what are the impacts that we expect from climate change and what do we need to be doing to begin preparing for that. So we had that to rely on. And then as well, the Portland plan and the comprehensive plan proposed draft and process really helped to provide policy direction for this work. So, so really coming out of that, it affirmed for us that there, in taking action to address climate change, there is the opportunity to really help to do that work in ways that create jobs, improve public health, support and restore the natural environment, and really overall enrich our quality of life. And so while previous climate plans mentioned these linkages, this 2015 plan really, I think, goes more in depth into the relationship between working to address climate change and these co-benefits. And both in the narrative, it also helped to inform the actions that were selected and how those actions were designed, developed, written. And then if you've reviewed the Climate Action Plan, you'll see in the action tables, there are now icons where the actions that are particularly well positioned to help advance equity, prosperity, environment are noted with icons accordingly. So we really tried to, I think, make the 2015 plan more sort of comprehensive in this way by rounding those pieces out. The other new element of the climate work that didn't really exist before is this exploring consumption. So the primary way that we track carbon emissions is through looking at the emissions that come from the gas and diesel that we burn in our vehicles and trucks, the electricity and natural gas that we use to heat our homes and light our homes and offices, and then the methane that comes from the materials that we throw away that end up in the landfill. But what that methodology doesn't incorporate are all of the carbon emissions that are generated elsewhere, other parts of the country, other parts of the world, to make the goods that people in Multnomah County consume. And so, so we did a consumption-based inventory, and we looked at estimating all of the emissions associated with the clothing, the food, the furniture, other goods that people in Multnomah County consume every year, as well as services like healthcare and banking. And so when you look at all of those other emissions that are happening elsewhere outside of the county boundary, really, it almost doubles the carbon emissions that Multnomah County residents are responsible for at a global level. And so that really helps to inform just our thinking and identify opportunities to not just work on reducing local carbon emissions that are happening here, but also understand what are the opportunities to address sort of the emissions associated with the consumption locally of those goods and services. So the 2015 Climate Action Plan that you have before you is really the continuation of the roadmap to keep us on that path to reducing carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. And it includes, as Michael said, a series of actions that the city and county expect to have completed or significantly underway in the next 5 years in these categories. And so Michael and I are just going to briefly go through these categories to give you a sense of some of the actions that are in there before we talk to you about the public comment that we received.
Great. So we're going to share just a couple highlights from each section in the plan, and then we're happy to talk about any of those in more detail, maybe at the end. So just to orient you to the range of things that are in it. Buildings and energy. So in the conventional way of tallying up emissions, buildings and energy supplies account for about 40% of total local emissions, so a really significant share. The key actions in the new proposed plan, one is to provide energy performance scores for multifamily buildings and homes. So better information about the performance of existing buildings. There's also a couple actions around higher performance new construction. So how can we accelerate the path to net zero new buildings? We think back to the early days of green building and the role the city had in providing education assistance, recognition, in some cases some tours. So is there a role like that around net zero new construction today? We're very interested on opportunities around community solar. So for people who don't have good opportunities on their own home, on their own business, are there opportunities to own a share of a solar system that would be on another building, community building of some sort? We'd like that to be more readily available. And then at a broad policy level, the plan calls for working to get a price on carbon, preferably at the state level. If the state doesn't move forward, the plan suggests that it should be considered locally. So carbon pricing. So again, we'll go through these pretty quickly and we can come back at the end. Urban form and transportation. So like buildings and energy, this is the other really large chunk of the emissions pie, about 40% of total local carbon emissions using the conventional methodology. The big pieces here I think will be familiar to you from a lot of the comprehensive plan work and really a lot of the Portland plan work as well. Funding for transportation systems continues to be a really key piece if you're serious about carbon or if you're serious about a lot of other things. So that's in the climate plan as well. Healthy connected neighborhoods is really a foundational component of what we see as creating a community that can thrive in the long run without relying on carbon emissions. So that's got a very prominent place in the climate plan. Cleaning up brownfields and bringing land that's already close to the existing transportation and other infrastructure has some pretty promising carbon benefits. So we see that as an important component. Again, relates back to comprehensive plan discussions, land supply, et cetera. Active transportation, so pedestrian and bicycling, both in terms of investments, infrastructure, but also programs. It's really, really key strategy. Freight is important. There are some ways we can help support efficient movement of freight, reduce the fuel used to move those vehicles, move the freight. And then lastly, a question of fuel choice. So can we get more low carbon fuels into the transportation system, electric vehicles, biofuels, compressed natural gas vehicles? Next section is consumption and solid waste, and this is building off of this new analysis that helps us understand the magnitude and also some of the nuances of what parts of everything that's consumed in Multnomah County have really big carbon footprints and which ones have relatively small ones. So focusing our attention on the things that matter. We are still learning about this and educating ourselves both about what the analysis tells us and more specifically what roles the city might take. And so the climate plan calls for the city to establish a sustainable consumption strategy. So based on these numbers, what does that tell us about what the city's role can be in supporting shifts toward lower carbon consumption? In terms of actual recycling and recovery, single-family residents and our curbside collection system is working really quite well. We have quite a ways to go still in terms of making the same level of services available in multifamily buildings, and so we're actively working on that now. We want to continue that and make composting and recycling as easy for multifamily residents as they are today for single-family residents. And then in a closely related strategy, the biggest component of what still goes to the landfill from a carbon perspective is actually food waste. And so there are a lot of opportunities to hopefully reduce the amount of food waste to start with, and then let's get the food waste that's still left out of the stream that goes to landfill and get it in either to composting or to anaerobic digestion, to use it to make biogas and either use it directly or use it for electricity production. So food waste is a big opportunity. Food and agriculture, and the really important piece here is that food choice matters. And so growing food locally has so many different community benefits, economic benefits. It's very good in so many ways. To maximize carbon reduction, we need to be more attentive to what we eat as opposed to where what we eat comes from. And so those things are both important. There's a lot of attention to local food. We want to make sure people understand the carbon impacts. And the really fortunate thing is most of the food that people tend to grow in their backyards or get at a farmer's market is also quite low carbon. So fresh fruits and vegetables, very good from a carbon perspective. So there's a lot of overlap there. Part of what we do here is supporting urban agriculture, access to healthy food, and also helping people understand that their food choices have carbon impacts. Okay, so tag team back to Michelle.
So in the category urban forest and natural systems, trees, vegetation, other components of our local natural systems help us not only to prepare for the coming impacts of climate change but they also, with impacts like addressing urban heat island and flooding, but these natural systems are also important to help us capture and store carbon, and they also help us reduce carbon emissions by keeping the city cooler, so we're not needing to use as much energy to cool things down in the summer. So the actions, there are several actions in the plan related to this. A lot of them have to do with planting more trees and particularly focusing on those parts of the city that currently have are under canopied compared to other areas, and then also making sure that we're keeping the trees that we do have healthy by taking better care of them. There are also several actions related to removing pavement or other impervious surface, which creates space for more trees and vegetation, helps us to improve our ability to manage stormwater, and again, also helps to address urban heat island issues by the cooling benefits that those natural systems provide. On a related note, as you may recall from previous presentations we've had on this topic here locally in terms of climate change preparation, projections are that Portland will see hotter, drier summers and warmer winters with more intense rain events. And so issues related to heat waves and the public health issues associated with that, in particular wildfires, landslides, flooding, are all challenges that we expect to see increased in the future. The climate change preparation strategy really embodies the body of work that the city and county have identified that needs to be moving forward in order to better prepare for these impacts. And so what we've done is we've taken the key elements of that strategy and we've folded them into this 2015 Climate Action Plan to create very strong linkages between these two companion documents and to make sure that we're addressing both the need to prepare for climate change impacts and reduce carbon emissions. And some of those key pieces that we brought over are actions related to helping to reduce the health impacts associated with heat waves and wildfire, improving the resilience of natural systems to increase temperatures by helping to cool streams and wetlands. And then there are also actions related to minimizing flooding and landslide risks in the winter with these more intense storms. We have to walk the talk as well. So in our own government relations or operations, we need to, we can't be out there asking residents and businesses to be taking action if the city and county aren't also taking action as well. So a lot of the actions that we have related to our own operations are to improve energy efficiency by upgrading buildings, pumps, traffic signals, streetlights. We have actions related to not only installing more and generating more renewable energy in our facilities, but purchasing more renewable power. Actions related to the waste streams coming out of city facilities, and then increasing the number of electric and hybrid vehicles in the fleet.
Okay, and so to summarize the public comment we received, and I believe you all received I don't know, 12, 15-page memo that tries to express. We got about 400, or comments from about 450 people or organizations. We also got those in person at open houses in some cases, and we were out making the circuit, offering to present and attend other people's meetings to share the climate plan with them. And so the comment in the previous plan, it nested really cleanly in a couple of key areas. And in this case, there was comment about a whole wide variety of things, often with some decent agreement, but it was much more difficult to summarize, hence the lengthy memo that you have. And so we'll do our best in just a minute or two to capture what's in there. There was general support, and for the most part, strong support for a pretty good list of things. Some of the core pieces of the climate plan, the premise that local governments should be acting on this. People, for the most part, really appreciated and thought there was value in the much stronger treatment of equity, interest and support for highlighting the performance of buildings and easier opportunities to install solar. A lot of people pointed to the need to solve the transportation funding challenges, support for biking and walking infrastructure. There's a lot of interest and I would say curiosity about what happens next with the consumption-based inventory. People appreciated attention to the impacts of food choice and then the integration really of the climate change preparation pieces with the carbon reduction pieces. And then lastly, interest in seeing better services to multifamily buildings. So similarly, to highlight a number of the revisions that we made to try to address these comments, I talked early on, the city has a long-term goal of reducing carbon 80% by 2050. For a lot of people, the fact that we have this long-term, really ambitious goal, and yet we're only talking about actions to be taken over the next 5 years, felt like a disconnect. There were several people who said, the actions in here are not going to get you to 80%. And they're right, they're not supposed to, but I get why that disconnect was kind of challenging. So in the revisions, we tried to make it clearer that what we're focused on in this plan is the next 5 years to get to that longer term goal. Hopefully the communication and messaging is just a little cleaner. There's still going to be a long way to go after the 5 years. One of the new actions that's in the draft that you have that was not in the public comment draft calls for the city and county to divest their own financial interests from fossil fuel companies. So a lot of support for that. There's, I think, interest in it at city council. They get to make their own decisions, but that is one of the changes from the public comment draft. There's also an interest, and this relates very directly to the comprehensive plan discussions that you all have been and will be having, doing a better job both articulating but also analyzing the link between density and carbon emissions. And so we've tried to do a better job communicating that in the climate action plan. And again, these are sort of iterative things where my guess is the comp plan discussions will take that still further and we'll keep leapfrogging one another. We revised the plan to strengthen some of the electric vehicle actions, include a slightly more ambitious goal for how many electric vehicles will be on the road at the end of the 5 years. We also added community gardens, which were not a part of the public comment draft. I think they could well have been, so we're pleased to see those in there for the draft you have. And then a lot of call for elevating this question around food choice, and so there's a new action in the plan that supports, I guess it sort of supports calls for Meatless Mondays and other awareness of the impact of food choice. So additional messaging there. A couple others here. Quite a few observations that as Portland changes and we have buildings come up, buildings go down, that changes solar access with trees growing, buildings going up, and the city needs to be deliberate about that so that we're aware of the in some cases, trade-offs and at least help people understand where in some cases there aren't trade-offs. And it's clearly good to do solar, and perhaps other places where we should be careful. Tree canopy, and again, getting to the questions around development, tree canopy targets and how those vary across the city, and being more specific so that we don't just have a single canopy citywide, but something that, and again, maps closely to conversations around the central city plan so that we're consistent. There's quite a bit of concern and questions about whether the current population forecasts that we are working with, that Metro is working with, adequately anticipate the number of people who might come to Portland, because in the grand scheme of things, the climate impacts we are likely to experience in the near term are probably less than those that areas that are already suffering from drought, facing sea level rise, other issues, are either already experiencing or likely to experience. So far, there's not good evidence that people are moving from highly impacted areas to better protected areas. That could change, and so we're trying to be clear that is something we'll keep an eye on over time. And then the last piece here, a lot of interest in supporting community efforts to carry forward a lot of this work. It's not just a city thing, not just a county thing, and obviously that takes resources, and so we absolutely agree. We're very interested in helping get resources to support community work. And then there were a couple of things that we got comments on that we are proposing not to include in the public comment draft, or excuse me, in the draft that is in front of you. And so a couple of examples of those, several commenters were urging us to use the new consumption-based inventory as the primary inventory that we measure every year. And we think it's really helpful as a companion to the longstanding inventory, but not as a substitute for it. So our proposal is to keep doing what we're doing and do the new consumption-based inventory periodically, but not to switch to it. And there are also people who wanted us to see a much more expansive inventory of all things, fossil fuels, other products that pass through Portland, be captured in an inventory. And we have concerns about that just from a practicality, as well as at least arguably from a policy perspective. And so we are not proposing to include that in the draft that you have. There, as I think you can probably imagine, there were quite a few comments urging us not to propose to develop a fossil fuel export policy, but simply to oppose or even to ban fossil fuel exports. And the draft that you have still says, as it did in the public comment draft, oppose exports of coal and oil through Oregon, develop or establish a city policy for local or exports of fossil fuels that would consider environmental impacts, economic considerations, equity impacts, safety, neighborhood impacts. And so the proposal in the draft you have is to go through that process to establish it as opposed to leap to it in this draft. I think that's something you may want to give us some guidance on. City Council may want to discuss. I think there will be public comment on that, certainly at City Council. So just a few things that we didn't change substantively in the draft, but we did hear comment on. I wanted you to be aware of those. And so with that, we're here today. We're interested in questions, discussion. We'd welcome a letter of support if this is to a point where it's something you can support that we would take with us to City Council. But maybe we come back to next steps once you've had a chance to ask us questions or discuss amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Comments? Mike?
We just need to cover most of it.
Well, no, this is fabulous work. I would comment, though, words are important, and it was interesting that you referenced the nexus between density and carbon. And what we're really talking about is compact urban form and urban design. You know, we've gone around and around about, you know, increasing density in the city and the region, which frequently has led to a lack of all the green infrastructure, the trees and so forth that we're describing. So I don't know, just in terms of communicating to the public, the term density is such a loaded term that we really are talking about building our city differently, designing it differently, compact urban form. So just a comment on that. I'm really pleased with the responses that you guys have given to the input. I think you've been incredibly responsive, particularly in the the area of urban forest, natural systems, carbon sequestration, adding tree preservation as a strategy, and being more explicit about the link between the preparation strategy and the climate action plan and bringing that language over. So I'm really impressed. I think we should write a letter to council urging their adoption. There is one issue that came up more recently. We had a conversation regarding the climate action plan and the whole Pembina situation. In that Angus Duncan, we got together, and he's pretty well respected in the region. I was interested that I think most people in the city think of our power source as being hydro. To some extent, I think exclusively. Few people realize how much coal is burned. And Duncan brought up the issue of Portland's leadership role and perhaps pushing the utilities to get away from coal. And I don't know whether that leadership role comes in explicitly in this climate action plan. I would just offer that I think something we should be discussing is what is Portland's role to push on the utilities on the coal combustion. But other than that, I'm really impressed with your work. You guys have done a great job.
So on that note, there is an action here that is specifically about essentially pushing the utilities. I'd say this is another one where exactly what does it mean to push? How often? What exactly do you say? It ends up being really important. And so I think the concept is in here. The implementation will play out over time.
So along that line, though, just to finish that thought, is in a few areas in this plan, we're at a point where your recommendation to council on whether you should continue to encourage or to those softer words versus saying, we want, a goal of no coal I'm making, it could be anything, but no coal production of electricity for the city of Portland by 20 years or whatever it is that seems appropriate. And so you could think about having something more explicit like that as a part of the plan. Currently, it is much broader and has us basically working through the legislature and through the Oregon PUC to try to push that.
Go ahead.
Good work on the plan. I like this consumption-based section, but I'm confused by something. So maybe you could explain on page 22 of the summary, this graph. I looked at it, but I'm not sure what it's trying to tell me.
So one of the things we're still working on is how best to convey this to ourselves and to others. So it's helpful feedback. This is trying to identify the categories of products. And the point of this graph is to show that for some things, the production of the thing generates the lion's share of the carbon emissions. And actually using the thing generates very little carbon. And for some other categories, the reverse is true. So for example, the purple bars are carbon emissions from the use of the thing. And so the top one, vehicles, they're big metal things. It takes quite a bit of energy to make them, but that pales in comparison to the amount of energy it takes to operate them. And on down, you see lighting is even more extreme, where just a tiny slice is required to make a light bulb, but the energy it uses over its lifetime is the lion's share of the carbon emissions. And then for a lot of other products, probably, where's a good one? Furnishings and supplies or clothing. As you might expect, virtually all of the carbon emissions are associated with making the thing in the first place, and none or almost none from using it. And so in terms of what the city does about that, or what anyone else does with that information, the idea is there are some categories of goods where repairing it or keeping it in useful condition for longer, prolonging the life of something, has really good carbon impacts because making a new one is so carbon intensive. But there are other things, like light bulbs, where the really efficient ones are so much more efficient than the old ones, it's actually better to move on. And you don't worry about the fact that it took some carbon to make the new one because it's so much better. So it's starting to parse which things to prioritize and where to focus our energy as a city, your energy as individuals, businesses, energy when they're interested in reducing their life cycle carbon emissions.
So, okay, that makes sense. What about these categories of wholesaler and retailer? What are those things?
Those would be, the store where these things are housed and then people go to buy them from. So just the selling part of it. But
Gary?
feedback about what's better ways to tell that. So we'll capture, it's helpful because we're still learning how to communicate this.
Gary, then Michelle.
Yeah, thank you. Really good work overall. I had a couple of areas that I felt a little perplexed with. The first is the impact scale, and using the device of the 4 Cs or up to 4 Cs on each activity. And my basic, in reading the plan, I didn't come away with a sense of what are the really big targets. What it felt like is we have to do a zillion things. And when you look at the contribution of those zillion things to the overall impact, it's pretty small. So for example, something that's rated 4 Cs is 8,000 tons, which is 0.1% of our total carbon budget, and it goes down from there. And so while if we're doing that level of reduction across the board and being successful with it, that may be helpful, but I'm kind of wondering in those 4 Cs, I hope that there are things that are just over 8,000, and then maybe that are things that are 10 or 100 times that, and so what should really be the focus? And I didn't get a good sense for that. I wonder if that's an opportunity for improvement in the future.
Yeah, I am deeply sympathetic to what you're saying, and I wrestle with this too, where it's exactly true that there are a zillion things in here, and we certainly need to do pretty much everything that has 4 Cs and a lot of the rest to get to a really short list of, well, which ones are the ones that really matter. On the one hand, so Angus Duncan, the chair of the Global Warming Commission, would say coal and cars, and he's done. Those are the really big things that if you want to focus and just move the needle on carbon, you got to address those 2 things. To move the needle on those things, there's no single action in here that's going to do it. You need sort of packages of things. What's the set of strategies we need to do so people can really accomplish what they need to accomplish without relying on their cars? And it turns out it's a kind of a laundry list. And so we wrestle with exactly what you're pointing out. And we arrived at this, the 8,000 tons is the number because it is 0.1%. And if you, get at a minimum, if you get enough of those, you really are getting into 3%, 4%, 5%, which still sounds small, but actually is exactly how this issue is going to get solved.
Yeah.
So, again, we'll keep trying to work on this because the reason those 4 Cs are in there, or 1 to 4, is because people were saying, but which ones are the important ones? And this doesn't quite accomplish that. And I'm not quite sure how we can until you get to a short list that actually is just a roll-up of a lot of other things.
Yeah, and my concern comes really from a perspective of social change, and people may do wonderfully with things that aren't very important, and then they see the feedback data in 10 years and kind of go, well, I've been busting my butt to accomplish this, and we got absolutely nowhere, and that's the underlying concern. My second question is around food choice and carbon emissions, and I think the chart on page 101 showing the relative carbon impacts of various foods is really interesting in that it's all fresh foods. And I didn't really see much discussion on what is the carbon footprint of processed food, which is really the staple in most people's diets. I mean, and so if we could actually make the change where people are eating stuff that's on page 101 in a raw form, that would be ungodly amazing. But again, from a social change perspective, folks who are already pretty close to this can look at that and say, oh yeah, I can dial back a little bit on the farmed salmon. But, I think there's this much bigger issue. Can't please anyone.
Everybody's got their niche.
Okay, how about beef? I can dial back on the beef.
We'll go back and clarify or sort of test our understanding of whether these numbers reflect, because many of the things in here could be, well, actually, this list is mostly fresh. You're right. Let us circle back with, and actually, we're going to be replacing this graphic with one that looks very much like it, but actually brings in a different set of data. And so we'll be really clear that we understand how it's differentiating, if it's differentiating between fresh and processed, because I couldn't agree more. I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, this chart is certainly the right chart from a health perspective.
Yeah.
It really, there's co-benefits there, but when you look at processed food, it's mostly corn and soybeans. And where does that sit? And then how much energy is consumed in, what does it take to make a potato chip as opposed to, steaming a potato?
Right.
I think that's an archetypal question there.
Yeah, great. Good question.
Michelle?
So early on, you were describing the public process and the stakeholders and everything. Can you describe how the business community, home builders, that group was involved in and commented on the plan?
Sure. So we had a handful of business people on the steering committee. So the chair of PDC, Tom Kelly, was on, John Carroll, a person who worked for The Standard, and an attorney in private practice. So a sampling of private industry. We didn't do a kind of business-specific outreach strategy around this, mostly because we were updating the plan and wanting to do so specifically to do a better job integrating equity. And so we really focused on the equity working group and bringing that perspective, which we hadn't had in previous versions, to the table. So we had some at the steering committee, and then in doing the public outreach, we went, and briefed the Working Waterfront Coalition, for example, and got feedback from them. Portland Business Alliance gave us comments. I don't think we heard from the home builders, but we certainly made an effort both to offer the briefings and to get this in front of people so that we could hear from them.
So in terms of equity, do we have a sense of when we have things like, I think it's CleanWorks Oregon, how that's the rubber sort of hitting the road in terms of how equitable the realization of those benefits, investments have been?
Yeah, so certainly with Clean Energy Works, in part because from day one, they were very focused on triple bottom line outcomes. And so they really have tracked very closely both which houses are getting worked on and also which businesses and the employees of those businesses are getting the hours, getting the jobs to do it. And my recollection is, the houses that are getting retrofit tend to be middle income or upper income. The people who are getting the jobs, the businesses that are getting the jobs are overwhelmingly from underserved communities. So minorities and women are more than 50% of the hours worked for those businesses. And so, but I would say the good thing is that information is readily available, and yeah, they're focused on it, they're transparent about it, and I think it's actually a model for a lot of other efforts. I wish we knew as much both about the intentions and the outcomes as many of our other projects.
So when you say the information is readily available, do you mean the availability of those programs is readily available, or that the data you're talking about is readily available?
The data,
Okay.
meaning they report on who they're serving and who's getting the business that results. So there's a lot of transparency about it.
So have we looked at things like linking SDC amounts to some of these innovative type actions?
We certainly, so there's some references to linking SDCs, for example, so accessory dwelling units, currently SDCs are waived because because the ADUs accomplish so many different city goals, including carbon. There are a couple of instances that I'm aware of, and there may be others that I'm just not aware of, where SDCs have been reduced because projects are delivering certain benefits, usually around stormwater management on site. The city doesn't do that in a standard form, and I think that's something that is worth continuing to look at. So, and this kind of goes to certainty for developers or people doing projects. They know what to expect.
Okay. When you talk about the city and county divesting from fossil fuels, does that mean in their investment portfolio or in what's powering their building or both?
Meaning what's in their investment portfolios.
Okay, I may have more. But.
Howard?
My comments kind of mirror Gary's and Michelle, actually. I don't think there are many communities other than Portland that might embrace Meatless Monday, but Portland might. And my point is, there's a part of this city or the vibe of the city that embraces change and gets really involved in making it happen. Written through this plan are all kinds of intentions to reach out to the community, but it really comes down to people that are going to make this work, not numbers and statistics. And people have to be engaged. So my question is specifically, have you focused on the way we're going to engage Portland to embrace Meatless Monday, to bike instead of, to really believe that like recycling, which we're leading the world in, it's the thing to do because you live in Portland. I don't want to be vague, but I think it works here for some reason. I can't explain. But is there an intention to engage the troops before we win this war?
Yes, and for exactly the reason you say, that we're not going to win it without the troops. This comes down to decisions that households and businesses make every single day, and we can encourage them to do it one way or another, but they're going to make the decision. And so if we can equip them with the information and motivation and make it easy, we're more likely to get the outcomes we want. So yeah, engagement is key to this. There's a piece that is about climate action, and if you're serious about climate change, these are the things you might do if you haven't already. We also know that 85% of people, or I don't know what the number is, but a large percentage of people are very interested in a lot of the different components: tree planting, community gardens, Meatless Mondays, bike commuting, solar, and they're going to go all day and all night on that issue. And they probably know at some level it helps reduce carbon emissions, but their entry point is not climate. And we want to meet those people where they are because they really deliver. And so we do have an outreach strategy for the climate advocates and the people who engage there, but at least as much of our work focuses on the individual arenas. And you look across the city with our bike programs, pedestrian, safe routes to schools, community gardens, and there's so much more than just a climate engagement strategy that we really want to make sure that those programs are getting the support and they're reaching people that we're going to have a lot harder time reaching with climate. So we're trying to do both.
So can I jump in real quick? I don't know if you've seen it or any of you have seen it. I was just finishing up reading this, and there was some thing on TV about eat less beef and eat more vegetables, and I was like, are you guys putting this out? Because I was like, this was perfect timing.
I actually think, so we had a food section in our 2009 plan, and it still is the only climate plan, to our knowledge, in the country that tees up food choice as a key strategy. And I actually think that, I choose my metaphor, you can always so many food metaphors. I think this is going to get a lot more attention. And one of the reasons is that if we don't have food choice as one way to reduce emissions, it just gives us fewer options for reducing the rest of them because you've taken something off the table. So I think we are going to see a lot more of it, and there are people for whom that's the last thing they're going to do. Fine, they got different choices. For some people, it's a whole lot easier to go meatless on Mondays than it is to do one of these other things. So put the choices out there.
Can I just comment quick before we go? And part of this does come back to, I think, what Gary was saying and Michael's response about Angus Duncan and his involvement in all this. And you can take a regulatory approach to this and you could change and say, we're not going to have coal anymore. You could be, some of the European countries are going much more that way. And so Portland and the U.S. tends to be very much a voluntary sort of motivational. We move through a voluntary sort of mode. We often then will move into a providing either financial incentives or disincentives, technical assistance, and only then at the very end of the road would we ever have some kind of regulatory thing. So we have achieved, for example, the 70% recycling rate, one of the highest in the country, in the world, really, without any kind of regulation. And so doing exactly by what you said, which is finding and meeting people where they're at and motivating them to take action because they want to. And most people don't want to take action because of climate change. They may care about it, but that's not their first motivator. Their first motivator is going to be saving money, the health of their kids, all the things that we normally care about. So, we've had this discussion in-house for years where I keep telling staff and advocates, we can't really talk about climate change that much in our climate change plan, because that's not the main motivator. And it's only been in the past 5 years or so that people understand that this issue is a huge issue, that we've begun to be able to use climate change as a motivator. So hopefully that makes sense to
We
you.
go for a second question, we'll get to Chris in a first. Oh, did you have some, Catherine, first?
I did, but he can go first.
No, go ahead.
I'm next around the horn.
Yeah.
So, a few things. First of all, thanks for the encouragement to eat more lettuce. I always need that. I've already kind of followed up with you a bit on this, but to publicly do it. First of all, I'm pleased to see the action items around carbon pricing and fossil fuel exports, especially after our many hours of listening to community concerns about that. I support the way you have the language written today, because I certainly appreciate to not just move straight forward with it, but to understand kind of the research in the background that goes into it. And I think it'd be very healthy for the public to understand that and to gain support for it throughout the community, not just those who vocalized it already. And last but not least, as it's kind of tied to that, I guess I'm hoping, and this is kind of just maybe in our letter or note to council, that upon adoption of this, we very quickly move into those two action items and work on the policy languages around that, and that we don't waste any more time, so to say, on that, since it's kind of a topic on everyone's mind. Sorry, I'm going through my list. I wanted to follow up on Gary's question a little bit. Do you know if we were to take every single action in this book, like where do we get? Just approximately.
Well,
And it feels like a book anyway.
yeah. And then the short answer is no, I don't know. And the reason I don't
Fair
know
enough.
is because some of the actions, for example, the one around working with utilities to get off coal, it's in here. It says collaborate with utilities to reduce the carbon consumption of electricity supply Portland, or something like that. If we just said, get the utilities off coal, we could quantify it and we could tell you exactly what. The reality is that probably looks like collaborating with them to transition over time, and just knowing that timeline is almost impossible. So if we did everything that's in here to the fullest extent and it succeeded, I think I'm very confident that by 2050 we would be at 80% reduction. It would be remarkable.
And would we get there sooner? Or would it take till about 2050? Of course, it probably depends on the timeline of getting off of coal and all that, right? But I was just,
I mean, if we really could, Pacific Core gets 80% of its electricity from coal. How quickly can they transition off?
right.
It's certainly going to take them 20 years maybe, but they could do it. It would have some costs and consequences, but they could do it. So is it possible? Heck yes. And then yes, we could do it before 2050.
That's
But
exciting.
it's a transition, yeah.
Cool. I was afraid you were going to have a little more dire news, so that's exciting. And then last but not least, it's a minor thing, but I think potentially kind of important. Page 128, it's item 19M, low carbon purchasing, and you're talking about here, conduct a carbon emissions inventory of city purchases. I just want to encourage that, and maybe we can put it in here, that's very public, and that knowledge is publicly shared, and really I guess, easy to find? Because I would certainly love to know that list that you, after that research done, and encourage our company, and I'm sure other companies as well, would take on following in that lead. And it'd be great to have that knowledge.
Great. Okay, that's good feedback.
Excuse me, are you referring to 19T?
M, as
M.
in manly.
Chris?
Since I was staring at Howard.
Chris?
So I want to join the chorus of compliments to staff. It was really a pleasure to be the liaison on this project because, we do have, I think, probably the best staff around on these issues, and it's just hard to keep up with them. I want to echo Catherine's call that in our letter we really emphasized the fossil fuel export policy because I think trying to do that ad hoc in the Pembina process was not a fun place to be, and I'd much rather have the policy foundation to work from if we have to face that again. And I guess my question is, do we have a plan teed up yet for how we're going to address that? Do we know how we'll take it on?
Let me give the quick response, which is you have two choices. And therefore, council has two choices in past. And this is sort of the choice that we have when we have almost any policy issue, which is we could establish a committee. We have most of the background work already done. Have a big public process in terms of asking for additional information, then develop options, then decide on an option as a straw man, and then put that out. Or we could, using the best knowledge of staff from having done a lot of that process already, pretty much in a couple of months, come up with an option that we could then put out to the public for review, or have a sort of a discussion here and then put it out for review, and then have you all have positions on that and then forward that to council. And so I'd love to know your position on that. We don't need to do that now, but at some time later, probably in the next couple of months after this is adopted, to have you guys have that discussion and to provide that advice on to the mayor's office in terms of direction to us.
Okay, interesting. And I guess I'll just close with really happy that we have the focus on equity. I think that's really important. Big improvement this time around. Thanks.
Maggie?
Yes, thank you. Again, going to reiterate how great, I'm speaking to the mic this time, right? How great the public input was and how important that's been, and the staff's hard work on this and the process that went into it. I just have a few questions and comments. In particular, page 43, you do a great job laying out that, the city of Portland is increasingly more diverse. I think it is important to note that part of the emphasis of this equity lens throughout the CAP plan is that in the past there has not been robust community engagement and an equity lens so that communities could really voice their needs. So I think there's that component should be emphasized of why the CAP, the equity lens is in place, is that is really having communities of color at the table and low-income communities. On there's table 6. You do a great job of showing lack of.
Which page?
Oh, I'm sorry. Table 6 on page 46. I like that you point out a lot of lack of investment in East Portland. And I'm wondering if it would drive home the point if you did a bit of a comparison between, say, park access or accessible streets or public investment in transportation in East Portland versus, say, Central City, just to kind of drive home that point of disinvestment.
So to be clear, are you proposing sort of the flip of this, which this currently shows sort of the percent of Portland or like what the outcomes are, and what you're saying is that the reason that we have those outcomes is because of sort of investment patterns in the past that have.
I don't know if possibly just an additional numerical comparison. Well, I guess the numerical comparison is continually changing, so that might be difficult to add into that chart.
I understand what you're saying, just about being more explicit about
Yeah.
that dynamic that has led to what we see on the ground today.
And then the section you have on page 132, climate equity commitments. So I believe I saw in here that there was, you were looking at annual reporting on equity commitments. Could there be an explicit call for increased funding? Because if that's the issue of why, more equitable commitments and an equity lens have not been established in the past, is it important to call out really increased investment? You say explore options for climate action performance measures to be incorporated into cities' annual budgeting processes where appropriate on 20F. Could you really drive that point home? And
Yeah, I think you're right. And as we've struggled with that exact issue, we've really, I think, landed where you're headed, which is that the development of those metrics are really going to be, as Desiree often says, sort of follow the money. And that would be one of the potential metrics that we could use to evaluate sort of how what's contained in this plan is being delivered and who it's being delivered to is by looking at the funding.
And of course, that reporting would include some of more of the micro measures of the health, safety, access, prosperity. So that would be included in the ongoing reporting. Okay, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So before we do round two, we're running behind, so it's got to be quick questions. We had Michelle, Mike, and Howard all had questions.
Okay, really quick. So are we working with the school districts on the food choice element?
We have in the past. I'm honestly not sure where that stands currently, so let me look into it and get back to you.
Well, the lunch programs and school community gardens seems like an easy in to the parents.
Yeah, for sure. And we, like I said, we have used it, but let me confirm where we are.
Yeah, quick comment regarding regulations. Without the Clean Water Act, without the Clean Air Act, we would not have, half of the good things we have in the city. So there's a role for regulations and for incentives and for volunteerism, but the reality is if you don't have that baseline, you don't get the environmental improvements. Responding to Commissioner Oxman's comment regarding a zillion things to do, I think one of the strengths of this plan is that it really does focus in on multiple benefits or co-benefits. And so I think in addition to measuring carbon reduction, we're getting all kinds of more social and environmental benefits by focusing on as many of the actions that actually reap more for the buck invested. So I think that's one of the strengths of the plan.
Howard?
Oh, I'm very favorable as well, but I want to make sure in our letter of transmittal, if we move it along to the council, that we encourage the development of a plan for the transportation of fossil fuels into Portland.
And first, I just want to say good job. I mean, I think everybody's expressed how well this has been put together, and it's award-winning, and it just continues to be a spectacular plan as you read it. And I do think Howard's right. There's a zillion things to do, but it's not, from my perspective, not beating people about climate change and everything. It's as a zillion things to do, you can pick one and do that yourself. And yeah, it may not be small. It may be small, but at the end of the day, a million people picking a zillion things to do can make a big change. So it's a way that I kind of look at
A
it.
million times a zillion is.
Yeah, probably the Beef Council's not our fan, but
We have a letter we can share with you.
I really applaud the inclusion of equity and the tie to public transit and the tie from public transit to reduction of carbon, because I think that's a substantial component. It also gets back to tying into our comp plan and the TSP and the importance of transit, just buses in our comp plan, but I think it starts to make a great tie. The other tie is and Mike brought this up, the tie of density and carbon. Again, as we start to look at, and we are looking at here in a couple minutes, density around, we're also talking about carbon reduction and strategies of how we do that. And so we lose that sometimes when we start talking about the density, but I think this is a good kind of reminder to us. In terms of the equity component, a concern I have is on the 19M that Catherine had brought up, the purchasing requirement. Purchasing is moving ahead with many of those purchasing of low carbon or putting that in those specifications into contracts. And recently, with a contract that was put out, they required lower tier or higher tier diesel engines for the lower emissions. For the minority contractors, that's a significant hurdle because it's new equipment versus old equipment, and minority contractors tend to buy well, it's older, but it's newer equipment that doesn't meet that requirement, or they lease it. And so really California gets rid of all that equipment and they ship it to us. So part of the problem, and I talked to the EPA, they actually have grant money that they've given Seattle and other ports, other cities to address this problem with minority contractors because they know it's a significant issue. The Federal Transit Authority and Federal Highway Administration also know, and they've worked together to do that. I would encourage a couple of things. One, that you inform the bureaus and really educate the bureaus about the impact of this. And two, hopefully, and maybe I missed it, but encourage you to work with the EPA, because if you can get in their grant cycle, there are significant grants that will move us quickly around the contracting community at least. And actually, a lot of freight haulers, ports, and other things in California and Washington have required their trucks to take advantage of the grants to change out the engines for that. So I just would encourage that connection. In terms of letter, most certainly we want to send a letter. You've heard, and I would say yes, you've heard the two things probably that need to be included in the letter in terms of counsel and encouragement. If there's anything else that we need to encourage outside of getting to some kind of, I guess it's propane or liquefied natural gas, something in that area.
We'll be vast and comprehensive in identifying fossil fuels this time.
Yeah.
So we can put together a draft and send it around in the next week or so. And if anyone's in particular has key phrases or things that they want in that draft letter, sooner is good. And if not, you can put those additions in after you get the draft.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
And one last thing was, I like the inclusion of schools in here, but was trying to see if there was a stronger way to link the schools into some of the policies, and maybe what Michelle was talking about lunches, but I just think in terms of a great way to kind of educate the kids at a very early start, but really build behavior. So it's not so much education, what I read in here, but really change the behavior in certain ways that then would feed back to the home, especially in the low-income communities.
All right, well, thank you all very much. We really appreciate the conversation. It's good input.
Thank you. Next, we have a work session on Central City 2035 Southeast Quadrant Plan. This is a work session and recommendation continuation from our last hearing. There will be no public testimony, so it's just staff.
That's what I was thinking when I was eating the sandwich. There's no meat on it, but what about the bread?
Troy?
So we're bringing back, again, Troy Doss, Senior Planner, Central City Team. We're bringing back a memo in your packet you should have that answered kind of 9 of the, I think, big questions you sent us back with. We also have a table that is more consent-based items. They're responses or suggested tweaks or amendments to the plan that were based on some of the comments we received. I'd say the majority of these would be on natural resource issues from Commissioner Hauk. And then the last page, I would note, is an addition to today. So these are in responses to the very last page of this table. Are responses that were raised by Commissioner Smith regarding active transportation initiatives in the plan. And then there was a additional one for Commissioner Ball regarding parking. So we can talk maybe a little bit about that because there's a section I think where we talk about parking here in the larger memo. So I have a presentation that basically is going to it's just queuing up the questions basically that we've talked about that are inside the memo. So if you want, I can go ahead and start with that.
Go ahead.
All right, so these are basically the questions we came over to, but let's just skip to the chase here. So one of the things, the main one here, I think we started off with was, should the EOS provisions be amended to allow 5,000 square feet of retail sales and service and 5,000 square feet of traditional offices within the areas where EOS is expanded? So one thing I would remind everyone is that the current EOS provisions actually allow that. So expanding them keeps it consistent with that, and it keeps the existing provisions the same where they're at. The one difference we would say here is the use allowance for traditional office, which you can get a conditional use for 60,000 square feet of traditional office in the EOS. We're proposing to remove that in the plan, and we would continue to recommend that. The difference between EOS, really, when you look at the existing IG1 zone, is surprising because actually you can get up to 20,000 square feet of traditional office through the allowances in the IG1 zone today. You can also get some additional retail sales and service as well. So this is actually a pretty substantial reduction from what's allowed just in the industrial sanctuary today. Going forward. The other big change, and I don't think this was really disputed at all, but I just want to be clear, is that in pushing industrial office into these other areas, it still allows all of the industrial uses that are there today. So manufacturing, production, warehouse distribution, wholesale sales, industrial service, they're all part of the mix. Industrial office is just added to it. The allowances change a little bit for industrial office from the existing EOS provisions. Right now it says 60,000 square feet per site. It doesn't care if your site's 10,000 square feet or 5 acres. So we proposed to apply an FAR ratio instead. So 3-to-1 FAR per site. And sites that are smaller than 20,000 square feet would still get 60,000 because proportionally it's 3-to-1 FAR. And then you could do full rehab of any existing multi-story buildings or any building for that matter, but it would the economics would shift you towards a multi-story building. So to be clear, that was what was proposed in the plan, and we're standing by that at this point. And I think you heard a lot of support at the last hearing to do the same. Should I go on to the next question, or do you want to talk about this at all?
Do you want us to ask questions now? Or do
Well,
you wanna wait
it might
till
be
the
best
end?
to just hit these one by one, because they're
Okay.
all going to start to shift from topic pretty fast.
Okay, so do people have questions about the EOS and the proposed changes there?
No, his proposal.
Yeah, his proposal. Do you have any questions?
And this would be about use allowance specifically, because I am going to talk about the areas where it's applied next. That's
Yeah.
the next question.
So the one question I have about this, so where, I guess it gets to where it's supplied. We had asked about the jobs, so is that coming?
There's so there is a memo in your packet that talks about jobs and,
yeah.
and lease rates. So we can talk about that now. That'd be best time. So what's the specific question?
The question was whether or not the change increased the amount of jobs. The proposed.
Shift in terms of income
shift,
levels?
yes.
So if you go to the last page of this memo that talks about, the memo is from Tyler Bump, and it is titled Southeast Quadrant Plan Employment Summary. The very last table, last page has a table that basically shows you where by sector those jobs are at. So right now, the majority of the lower income jobs typically are actually in the retail components. And we're not finding that the typical industrial jobs are really very low income. Actually, the most of the industrial jobs in the district are more in the lower middle to upper middle income level. So, and then we find that most of the jobs that would be created inside an industrial office platform would be more middle income to upper income. So although there is a bit of a shift, it's not as dramatic as one might expect. It's not, we're not seeing a displacement of existing industrial uses in the EOS today, so we're not expecting to see a loss of that. But even at that rate, most of the really low income jobs typically are in retail sales and service, and that would be continued throughout the district as allowed today.
So, but that's really the expansion of the EOS then?
Yes, but that would be true. I mean, you can actually, if you're focused on retail as a source of job for low incomes.
No, I'm not. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to understand if you make the change as proposed, that's the expansion that we're achieving.
So I think one of the issues here is whether or not the expansion of the EOS will displace certain jobs
Yeah.
or will it be additive? And what we're finding is it's not predominantly so far doing displacement as much as, because you're not taking a one-story building and knocking it down and putting this up. You're basically making these new jobs in buildings that are already taller that you're remodeling, you're reactivating those spaces. And so it could be an issue years out, but we're not seeing it as an issue right now.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, that's the critical question for me. I'm supportive of these actually, but with a caveat that we've had endless conversations about loss of industrial lands, and here we are shifting from one kind to another and potential's there. And I just don't, and I know you can't predict into the future, but I'd hate to be here in another 5 years and people complaining about what we did in the Southeast Quadrant, losing industrial jobs, when in fact, we are, and this goes back to our joint meeting with PDC. And we discussed this explicitly, as I recall, at the time, in terms of the ability to create more jobs in the inner Southeast. So I'm in favor of this. I fear that we're setting ourselves up for another battle over industrial lands, which I hope we're very explicit about our decision in terms of what our intent is, and it's not cutting into the industrial land base.
One thing I would point out just in response to that is one of the things we did show you last time is data on the existing EOS. So it has been adopted. It was adopted in 2006, I believe. It's been effective in creating about 2,000 jobs, 1,000 during the recession. One industrial business left that area during that, of more traditional industrial business, and it had not been attributed to as a result of displacement as much as just moving. So we're not seeing that type of displacement in our 1 decade almost experience in this district.
So
Maggie?
as we go through these, I want to make sure that you're thinking about that we should probably get either a vote or agreement, formally or informally, on
Yeah.
each one, so that at the end you can just pursue.
Pursue.
Passing the whole thing.
Okay. Maggie, did you have a question?
So just to confirm, so there's, as you were saying, there's an ability to redevelop existing buildings to increase that retail. But in terms of redeveloping maybe existing buildings for additional industrial space, is there, I mean, in the Southeast Quadrant plan?
So it's not increasing a retail space. It's basically, I mean, the point is for rehab, for industrial office, for a mix of, or small scale manufacturing, which we also are seeing happening in the district. We're seeing some buildings that actually have a mix of both. So you might find industrial offices on the upper floors. You might find some of the ground floor and even sometimes basements being used for micro manufacturing, and a lot of it. So this is actually allowing for more of that capacity, because what we were seeing originally was a lot of multi-story structures, especially in the area where it currently is, sitting vacant or only having ground floor operations. Now those buildings are really being rehabbed, and they're much higher job densities than they were before.
So I guess my concern is with my, Gary, did you have a comment?
Yeah, on the industrial land and the employment opportunity sector overlay, it's reassuring that there has not been displacement of industrial jobs. But I think the challenge for the community is to try to grow those jobs that are accessible to people without advanced education. And so is there any evidence or theory about whether that would happen in the EOS area there? Because the difference between stability and growth, and
We have not experienced that. I mean, for one thing, the EOS has grown a lot of jobs, and there's been a lot of industrial office growth. But again, without displacement of a lot of the existing businesses that are there, we're still seeing a compatibility between those more traditional industrial uses and these newer, higher tech industrial uses. We're not seeing that there's been a shift.
I'm sorry, Trey, I'm really struggling to hear you. Can you speak up a
Yeah,
little bit?
we're just not, okay, we're not seeing a primary shift from one type of industry to another. We're seeing really an increase in the diversity of employment and employment types there, but we're not seeing it, it's not going from manufacturing and warehousing now to industrial office. We're seeing that it's going from manufacturing and warehousing and industrial service to also include industrial office. So I would say that the overall diversity in terms of income type jobs and different jobs is diversifying and increasing in density, but we're not seeing it shift from one to the other in the district.
So it's kind of everything is rising.
That's what we're experiencing, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chris?
So I guess having reflected on this a little bit, I think there's several things going on, and probably the greater threat to the existing industrial situations is the development that's happening in the places we've already designated EX. So it's that edge compatibility issue that I think may be a bigger threat than EOS. And I thought a cogent comment during the hearing was that, we're not seeing new freight-dependent businesses come into the district, but at the same time, we're working very hard to make sure we maintain the freight access for the freight-dependent businesses that are there. So, we're all concerned about losing those businesses, but I guess my conclusion is that EOS is not what's the threat to those businesses. And in fact, EOS is probably good if you're, a micro manufacturing operation that doesn't need big trucks. Probably works fine for you under EOS. So, I think I hear the concern, but I don't think the EOS choice is going to be the thing that actually triggers the thing we're afraid of.
I guess I do have that concern. I do have the concern that at the end of the day, the pressure from the EOS will cause the displacement. I don't think I can see it, or I agree, you can't see it today, but I think at some point you do get that displacement, and I think you get out a few years, we will have, and I agree with Mike, you have that discussion then, loss of industrial jobs, and you have the discussion about wages that we've already had, about loss of the industrial jobs that are already higher than the retail, the other jobs that are coming in, and then that's a discussion, and it's, you can't take it back. So, but I'm supportive. So I just have a, well, I'm supportive of it, but it's a serious concern, and I think there's other things that we'll talk about that can at least mitigate and delay that potential change and alleviates my concern more than this one change. So do we need a vote? Well, no, we're just going to vote on this.
That's one. Expand the EOS.
Well, the next one does directly deal with EOS as well, and it deals with where it would be applied in the district. So it may be wise to
You wanna
approach
wait?
it on this,
Okay.
yeah, as a
Okay.
package.
Let's do one at a time. Just say if we're okay with this one, and then we'll move to the next one. We don't need a vote.
We
Are
don't
we
need
okay?
to vote. I think,
Or-
I think
yeah.
what we need to do is if anyone is, you know, in the Southeast Quad committee or in the West Quad committee, we had sort of a red, yellow, green sort of thing. And green was you were really good with it. Yellow, you had some caution, but you were fine. And red, you really had a problem. And so I think more you could just say on each one of those, if anyone has a really strong problem with it, to raise their hand. And they can decide to just do that, or they can decide to do that and discuss it if they really want to make a point.
So is everyone green with this? Yellow? Okay, green or yellow?
Find out who's red, and then you deal with reds.
I'm going to go the other way. So no one's red here? Okay, next one.
Okay, well, let's go to the next one then. So you'll see on the map to your far left, what you're seeing is where the existing EOS is today. It's the areas that are predominantly west of 3rd Avenue to Water Avenue. The plan proposed extending it to the areas shown on this up the middle map. And during testimony at the last hearing, I think you heard pretty overwhelming support to extend it to all IG1 properties. So the right-hand map shows you what that would look like. It basically it covers in these areas, I think, that were being referred to a lot in the last one as islands. There were these islands between the Main Street corridors that were basically being left IG1. But it seems like the support is going towards really trying to shift it more district-wide. So we in this situation, the recommendation would be to go ahead and consider doing it that way. We want to apply it, if we're going to do it that way, we want to apply it to all IG1 properties or as proposed in the plan. So
So just to be clear, that would take care of the little islands?
take care of all of the islands. So the far right is basically showing all IG1 properties with the EOS overlay. And again, it continues to allow the existing uses that are there. They're allowed by right. It just expands the diversity of industrial uses that would be allowed there to include these industrial office jobs as well.
Comments, questions? Gary?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify again on the amount of retail square footage that would be allowed under this. Is that the 5,000? Is the 5,000 a max on that?
5,000 max per site. Today, you can get a conditional use to get up to 20,000. So it's a reduction.
Okay, so when you were presenting last time, Troy, there was some discussion about not a big box store, but a grocery-sized store up to like 60,000 or so, and is that in the areas outside the EOS?
That would be the EX areas. So that would be the Main Street corridors.
The white areas on
Yeah, the
the map.
white areas. And what we would be looking at there is we were proposing in the amendment package you received before the last hearing, it suggested that we would limit it to 40,000 square feet per site in the EX areas for retail, just because that's consistent with what we've done in South Waterfront and the Pearl to make sure that large format retail is not part of the mix.
So that's the EX with housing.
Yeah, so yes. So the IG1 EOS overlay limits it at 5,000 square feet per site max.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comments? So your proposal is the far right.
Well, that's what I would say there's justification for that. And that is what our proposal is, the center one. That's what came out of the Southeast Quadrant Plan. What you heard at the last hearing was, why aren't we doing this everywhere? That's what it would look like. We don't see that there's a fatal flaw in doing so.
So what you would need to do here is if someone wanted to make a motion to propose shifting to the right instead of the original plan here, we could do that now, and then you could get a feel for that.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to propose, make a motion that we do the revised requested amendments on the far right, and expand the EOS to all areas.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments? Julie, vote.
Yes.
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 Aye.
No.
Okay, so next would be OMSI at housing. So, or housing at OMSI, sorry. So there was a pretty active conversation about this, I think, at the last hearing. And what we're recommending is continuing on what the plan says. You have a memo that basically gives our basis for that. But I know that there was an interest, at least from some commissioners, saying, well, if you applied a conditional use criteria to this, what would it look like? So in your packet, there was, the conditional use criteria had been sent out to you last week that basically said what that criteria looks like today in the EG zone. We would propose, if you were going to go towards allowing a conditional use, that you take a version of that and you would fold it into the master plan provisions that are being proposed for the OMSI area. But I think staff's position really is we're standing behind the recommendation of the plan, which was to do EX no housing at the OMSI station area. So with that.
Comments? Gary?
I support staff's proposal on this, and just by way of anecdote, I had some business that I had to do at one of the woodworking places down in the area and got caught on the transportation loop there, and I think the transportation system there is really not going to be adequate to cover housing in that area, and I think will really be part of the compromise against industrial jobs. So I really do support not allowing housing in that OMSI area.
Mike?
Ditto.
Howard?
Well, I disagree. And I disagree not for the purpose of establishing housing, but for closing the door. I don't think any of us can look into the future and say what kind of land will be used for what over there. I think staff has crafted an elegant compromise, which is to say with pretty stringent conditional use, we will allow it, rather than to say no, absolutely no. Staff was good enough to not only provide us with an awful lot of detail about this, one way or the other, but also to be clear about the fact that priorities change. And that's what I'm most attracted to. If this doesn't pass, in fact, if you, my colleagues here, don't support it, I can understand that. My view is really not in support of let's put housing there. My view is let's not close the door, but make it open enough, if we do it, that there's conditional use that doesn't damage the master plan. So my case is not necessarily one that opposes yours. It's one that says, don't close the door, folks, because times change.
Other comments? Maggie?
And I have a question stemming off of both of these. You made a clear case that, the current transit there won't support an increase, probably wouldn't support the increased ridership of housing units right there. I'm sorry, you state in here that it would, if we have housing there, there would be we would need increased capacity along the public transportation line? Is that
It's
correct?
more the one thing we found in doing transportation modeling was that single occupancy vehicle trips were likely to be more with housing than with a commercial office. Now, and it's a few hundred peak hour. All things considered, that's not a real huge deal breaker when we look at places like the Central City, but it is generating more trips to the system than otherwise would have been through just the approach that we put out there. So that would be the main difference I want to point out.
Okay. And I guess the question would be if there would be increased capacity in the future for changes in the transportation structure, streets. I mean, we're planning for that. We're looking out another 20 years. It's, again, making those adjustments. What if those adjustments are made for streets and
Okay, so the one thing I would caution in this area, we are making some significant transit improvements. We are doing some very significant improvements to multimodal transportation, so streetcar, light rail, bike ped, and we've even talked about the prospect, working with Portland Spirit, to look at a regional high-speed ferry. So there's a lot of ways of trying to get people out of a car. That's going to be necessary in this area because the regional transportation structure frames this station area, really. You have Highway 26 to the south, you have 99 to the east, and then you have I-5 to the northwest, and that's not likely to change anytime real soon. And we find that when we look at transportation constraints in this, the lines that are the reddest that show up on your modeling are those that are coming onto or off of the regional transportation system. It's the system itself and the regional trips that are causing problems, not so much growth here. So I guess the short answer would be it's going to be really hard to think we can build our way out of a current transportation constraint here with surface transportation. That's probably not possible.
Teresa.
So I support staff's recommendation, and here's why. I think that by keeping the conditional use, you may prevent people from making some creative imagination about what actually would be a really good use for that site, because I'll hang on to the housing thing. And then secondly, because the site doesn't really support a very good space for housing right now, maybe it will in the future, and then I would say it would come back and be reviewed at that point if there's nothing there still.
I support the housing on OMSI land only through the conditional use, because as the conditional use, as a level of service, transportation is one of those elements. And until the property could support that transportation, you probably couldn't get through the conditional use. The other component of that is you're going to need to solve the problem down there. You do need all the players to participate. And the plan is very clear that we need everybody. OMSI is a big component of that, and kind of poking them in the eye, so to speak, and saying, no, you can't do this, might, and I don't know, but you're certainly not inviting them to be a participant and help you solve a transportation problem that we all know is there. The plan points out needs to be solved. It doesn't help bring them to the party or help even if they can attract money. So leaving an option on the table to me is one way to at least have them at a table talking about solutions when there's no interest in a solution because they get no benefit of helping you from a transportation standpoint, from my view. So is there a motion on the table?
Do you have more
I
comments?
move to adopt the staff recommendation.
Which staff recommendation?
No.
The no?
It's in the memo.
Okay.
Second.
Julie?
Make
So
sure
the staff-
people understand what they're voting on. So the staff recommendation right now is not the alternative, which
It
is
is-
for housing
Yes.
with the,
The staff recommendation
What did it
is
say
no
now?
housing on OMSI.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
No.
No.
No. Yes.
Yes.
No.
No?
Door is cracked.
So the motion fails, I believe.
Door is cracked.
So is there another motion on the table?
I move that we allow housing on the OMSI site with stringent conditional use that staff will develop as they propose in the memo.
How do I adjust that?
We-
Reword it.
Let's second it, and then we can,
That's, I'm just curious the process, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So we need to second. Is there a second to Howard's?
Second.
Okay. Now, did you want to amend Howard's?
Yeah, I guess I'd just like to amend it as suggested by staff, that if we allow a conditional use, that it's on the condition that it is in concert with the master plan.
Thank you. I certainly accept that.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Second. All right. Howard's amendment for the housing with the amended component that it be with staff's recommendation. Chris?
So I didn't make my point last time because I didn't think it was going to be this close. I worry about having housing in isolation from any other housing at this site, so I'll just ask people to think about that.
Quickly. Gary?
Yeah. How does does this proposal include basically the assumption that we will use the current EG zone criteria for conditional use?
It's the current information that conditional use that staff sent us, plus the development of the additional language around the master plan.
So master plan in addition to or as a substitute for these conditional uses?
Well, the conditional use that staff sent us in
The criteria on page 5 of the memo.
yes.
So yeah, we would be taking the criteria on page 5 in the memo or something like it, because some of it would then not be applicable necessarily through a master plan just because of some of the technicalities. So what we have to do is figure out how to take the heart of that. So dealing with items such as truck and freight mobility, yes. Transportation capacity, yes. Scenic resources, although there's not a huge issue there, there's a potential one we'd want to have addressed. And then looking at buffering housing from adjacent industrial uses. Those are the types of things we would fold into the master plan criteria when housing's considered, if that's the direction you're
Okay. And so this would be a OMSI project-specific master plan?
My understanding is this is only applicable to the EG properties. That's another thing you should probably be clear about, because right now we have it over a broad swath of the station area. We're saying EX, no housing. And so I'd want to know, are you saying that conditional use housing is good everywhere in the station area, or only the properties that currently have a comprehensive plan designation of EG? Because there's a difference there. Pretty big difference, actually.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm looking at houseboats and houseboat morages as part of under the conditional uses.
That could be something that could not be moved forward as part of this. That's something that's typically, yeah.
I hate to see that.
I think they would exclude it in the conditional use, wouldn't they? Well,
If directed, yeah.
So going back to where I was trying to head with this, within the overall Eastside Industrial Plan, there is the idea of disclosure around industrial inconveniences for residents in the neighborhood. And so that's directly contra to the buffering in section E1. Is that something that would be worked out in the in the master planning process?
Well, it seems to me that if you're really looking at E1, what it's trying to say is that the new housing has to be buffered from the industrial uses, not the other way around. So it's putting the onus on to make sure that housing is not causing an impact on the industry and that it's being designed to minimize its own impact, not that it's saying industry has to now change because I'm here. That's the basis of how that criteria is.
So you're not seeing a conflict between the industrial disclosure?
This is a very similar approach to what the industrial disclosure is trying to get at, is trying to say housing needs to take on its impacts, not the industries that are adjacent to it.
Michelle?
Is the river adjacent to OMSI zoned EG?
I'll have to double check that. Well, it probably goes into the river. Yes, it would go into the river. So those portions would. They will go out to the center line of the river. Yes.
Yeah, so you could amend that out. Chris?
So a question. I think I hear a subtext that there's a desire to do this just for the OMSI parcels, not for all of the EG. Can we do that without getting into spot zoning as an issue?
It's 22 acres, so I'm not sure that I mean, it's a site, it's a fairly large site, so I'm not sure that that would fall under most people's definition of spot zoning. The one thing I would caution too is the plan currently proposes no housing both at OMSI as well as those properties between Woodward and Powell. And so, you know, if I think there's going to be a question that will be raised as to, are we doing this in both locations, or is it, or, you know, anything that's EG that happens to be in here or not? Because those are the other big block of EG properties. The last thing I would point out is, you know, again, this is by a concept plan. The final code language and zoning changes come in the next round. So we do have the ability to work with you and affected property owners to make sure that we're, you know, putting together conditional use master plan criteria that everybody can live with. So I mean, it's not a final call today necessarily on those points.
Are there any other comments or amendments?
Clarification question. Does the motion on the table affect both those areas or just OMSI?
My understanding is it affects the entire area,
So OMSI and Woodward.
OMSI and Woodward, because we're talking about, even though, huh?
You have to ask Howard what his
Howard,
intent was.
yeah, what was your intent, Howard, I guess?
Well, my motion was to allow housing with conditional use on the, quote, OMSI property. I
Okay.
didn't realize I was wandering into the Greek wasteland of something else. And it
So
was,
your intent was just OMSI property?
yes, because it's been restricted, and I want to remove the restriction with conditional
So
use.
it would not
That's my intent.
include Woodward, Powell,
No.
EG?
No, I have no
Okay.
dog, I have no,
No, is that, okay. So the amendment and amended component is to allow housing in the EG component of the OMSI property and with the provisions of the master plan,
Conditional use.
Conditional use.
With the master plan.
conditional use with the master plan.
I'm sorry, can I ask for a clarification? So in the draft conditions of approval, it talks about if you have houseboats which will not interfere with industrial use of the waterway or with adjacent industrial uses. Is there a reason we said industrial as opposed to just use of the waterway or adjacent uses?
This is the existing and conditional use criteria that's in the EG zone, has been there for almost 30 years. I couldn't tell you the intent.
Okay.
So could somebody make the amendment to remove that language? Like, is that doable? Is part of the master
Again,
plan
I
kind of
think,
component since we've gotten it so?
Again, we're going to have to bring back conditional
Right.
use criteria. I would say that maybe the best way of looking at it is develop conditional use criteria that mirrors this, with maybe the exception of that. Because I think that, I don't want to have to go through and wordsmith how we've done every one of these things regarding views and impacts and other things, but there, certainly it's this old language, and we might want
So
to
your amendment
put some new life in it.
would be enough clarification, because you said the master plan. So would Catherine's amendment to this be enough clarification that that would occur?
We would not bring back conditional use criteria that had houseboats in it. How's that?
That's clear enough for me.
All right.
Gary?
Yeah, Troy, can you point out on the map the OMSI properties versus the rest that falls under the EG?
So what you'll find is this area here, from the station area north to about where Portland Community College is located, those are EG properties.
Okay, so that middle,
That middle
North
section,
corner
middle
of
to
the
the north
property.
section, really. Once you get below the station area, all of this is zoned IH today. So it's being upzoned to EX, no housing, but it's not, it doesn't even have a conditional use ability for housing today.
okay, so that
Housing's-
wouldn't change in any case. Are there other properties that would change? Are there non-OMSI properties that would change?
I don't believe there are any other EG properties there. Yes, let me double check that as I'm saying that, just because I don't want
So
to
if
get.
I understand
caught
this,
on
you're
that.
saying everything that's EG is pretty much OMSI's property, and if it's not EG, it's not OMSI's property.
That's what I believe I'm
Okay.
saying. I'm going to double check that
Fair
to
enough.
make sure that's correct.
Seems to me that makes it a little less.
No, that would not be correct. So we would find that properties owned by Portland Community College and another adjacent landowner in that area. Actually, there's where the Holman building is, where the Portland Boathouse is. Those are also EG properties.
But we're specific to, for this amendment, the OMSI property only.
You'll have to tell me
Well,
that.
I
No,
guess.
well, that's the Howard's.
I'd like to
intent.
propose another amendment that it's not just OMSI properties, but it's the EG properties. So it includes then what was just laid out by Troy.
As the Powell Woodward EG?
Yes, it is.
It looks like it. You guys can vote it down.
Right. So you just need,
Okay.
we just need to see if there's a second or not.
Okay. Is there a second? Going once, twice? No.
That was easy. Now we don't have to talk about that anymore. I'm okay with it.
Yes.
Regardless of the presence of a second on the proposal, is there an issue of parties, similarly situated parties being treated differently? And if so, why is OMSI being treated differently than other owners in the area?
That would be, I think, part of, I would think potentially PCC or someone else could come in and say, maybe. Spot zoning, though, would be the other issue, would it not? Joe?
Let's get the chief planner up here.
Excuse me, Joe Zender, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. Spot zoning's not the issue. Equitable treatment could be an issue, especially if any of the other property owners wanted to raise it. We would not, it would be a difficult defense to say why one is different than the other, given how we've talked about the whole set of conditions we want to apply. You know, if any other property can solve the access or take their share, we have a hard time making that distinction. So anything that's got EG today that has the ability to do a conditional use probably should be considered in the same bundle of how we're going to treat OMSI. You don't have to. It's vulnerable to appeal, but you know.
Do I not remember that there was testimony from a homeowner in the Powell Woodward area, or a property owner in the Powell Woodward area who wanted residential?
There was.
Can someone describe the master plan process? Just, when that would, who's able to apply for a master plan? And
So
how that would
master
work?
plans were being, in this case, so that's another good point. We were applying master plan criteria to the station area, so we weren't thinking about doing it on Powell Woodward because the sites are small. Basically, they're less than 40,000 square feet. We wanted to apply master plan criteria in this quadrant to those key station areas, much like we're trying to propose it for, and has been approved to apply to sites like the Blanchard site in the northeast quadrant or the post office site in the west quadrant. Because they're very large sites, we want to make sure that if we're going to increase entitlements, we're seeing what the overall urban form, the impacts of that would be, what public benefit comes out of it. So applying it to these large sites made sense in this case. And if we were going to apply, we did not go into this thinking we were going to have housing, to be fair. So we didn't really think that we'd have to have conditional use criteria to address that. If we were to create it, we'd want to make sure that it's tailored to the conditions that are here. That's again why I'd say giving us direction, if you're going to go that way, to say create conditional use criteria that maybe uses what we have as a template, but really tries to better address what's going on here, would be better than saying adopt what we already have, because this is old language.
So, and if I could add to that response, typically how we've talked about a master plan provision elsewhere in the central city and have talked about this generally is that it would be, you could set which parts of the central city are eligible, and typically you tie it to a site of a certain size. So, we'd have to figure out what that is, but the whole premise is that when you've got a big enough site, flexibility in how you arrange uses and massing of buildings on the site can produce a better result. The design flexibility can, as long as it's within a certain number of parameters about how much you can put on the site of what kind of things. So Here, what we're talking about is within station areas, and so within the southeast quadrant, this master plan provision could apply to OMSI, or it could apply to Clinton, and it just depends on what size threshold we bring back to you. Typically, the size threshold is in the 10-acre range, but it's some site of significant size.
And I was just handed a note by a team member, which I kind of forgot to mention, because we weren't really thinking about doing housing at these locations. We did get letters from ODOT after the last hearing talking about different aspects of the plan. One of the things they would have been concerned about in prior conversations was not allowing for housing at the areas between Woodward and Powell because of its operation primarily as a kind of exchange between 26 and 99. So.
So,
Sorry, another clarifying question. Is Powell Woodward part of a station area or not?
It is not. It's not directly within an area we've been calling a station area. We've been kind of considering, just so you know, for the purposes of our exercise, we've been saying this is a station area and this is a station area. Now, arguably, development on here is easy walking distance to the Clinton station. So, and it would fall within a traditional quarter-mile radius, if you will.
So using the definition of station area is not a good way to distinguish the two parcels.
Correct.
however, through a conditional use, ODOT's agreement that there's transportation issues would prevent that development of housing. I'm not saying as a conditional use through the transportation component, that would probably prevent housing from.
Bring Grant Moorhead up, maybe. Grant, can you come up a second? My understanding, I want to confirm this with PBOT staff, conditional uses that have been done in the area before have involved, obviously, review by ODOT as they're looking at the transportation impacts. I'm not just looking at our assumptions. So Grant can answer that, but yes, that should be something they would be reviewing as part of the CU.
Yes, the segment of Woodward between where 99 comes in and I believe 9th or 10th Avenue is under ODOT jurisdiction. So they would have a review role in any land use changes that ultimately the city council would pass. And we were just expressing their concern that we received the letter after the record had closed after the last hearing, but we would need to circle back with them if there are any changes made to what was proposed originally, just to make sure that they are, we wouldn't want to take an action that they would then not be supporting.
We got Joe.
Hold on, Grant. So I think it goes a little bit farther than just not being happy with it. I believe that this is a state facility, Powell.
Correct. Yes.
And so actually through the state transportation planning rule, they have the ability to not allow the city to go ahead with a zoning change that could be demonstrated to impact that facility, correct?
That's correct.
So it's a little bit different than just not being happy with it. We could propose something and it's not going to be able to go through. And I believe that's sort of, they haven't made that judgment yet. So I don't want to represent that they have, but they do have that authority under the state transportation planning rule since Powell is a state highway.
So
Yes, and if I could just add to that, it's not just Powell, it's also Woodward, because it serves as the interchange area. So portions of Woodward Street are also a state facility.
So just to be clear, the concern that was raised about potential people in the Woodward Powell area not being treated equally if we said OMSI only as proposed on the table today, potentially is mitigated by the fact that ODOT potentially, and then don't want to put words in their mouth, may object, maybe our objection to housing in that area potentially.
I think before they answer, every time you all vote on something, there's absolutely another reason why someone could appeal it potentially. And so it's just a level of risk that you all want to take in terms of this. So in this case, we're able to outline a couple of areas where the risk is a little more apparent than in other areas, but sometimes it's just as big or bigger, and we just happened not to bring it up as an issue. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Any last, go ahead.
So in terms of process, say this motion fails, that we decide not to pass conditional use, it's split. What's the next step after that?
We move on.
And then the existing staff recommendation remains?
No, well, we voted the original, we would go back and vote on the original one again. We'll try another motion on the original one. Because we voted that down, so we've got to go back.
We need to pass some motion.
Yeah, we need to, we need to move, we need to get some motion that passes, so we'll keep trying.
I have a motion on the floor.
You have a motion, Catherine, so we need, is there any more comments? Yep. So let's vote on this and see where we end
Can
up.
staff be clear what the motion is again? Sorry.
Okay.
That would be good.
And Howard and Kat, you help me, but my understanding is to allow housing on OMSI property only with, so that'd be the EG zone, with a master plan, and the conditions of the master plan be a conditional use developed by staff. Is that? Yes.
So can I propose a friendly amendment? I'm just trying to see if we can craft something that might pass rather than have to come through this again. So amend it to say master plan sites within the OMSI station area.
I can't hear. Can you speak?
Master planned sites within the OMSI station area, which I believe expands it beyond just the OMSI site, and you'd come back with criteria for how big you have to be to get a master plan.
Okay. Yeah, which we haven't entirely defined that as yet, so, okay.
Is there a second?
We haven't
Yeah,
defined
there's a
that.
second, but let me then, why don't I withdraw the motion and restate it with the amendments to make it one easy step?
Well, we just stated, and Michelle had a motion and second to,
In the station.
in the,
zone.
yeah,
Yeah,
master
stay with
plans
the motion.
in the station, and we've not defined station, so staff has work to do.
And that got seconded?
Howard,
Great.
anything else? Julie, are you clear what we've put on the
Is
table?
everybody clear?
Is everybody clear what we've put on the table?
Michelle's amendment, or are we voting on the main motion?
We're voting on Howard, Kat, and Michelle amendments. So there's, the, Howard is the provide housing,
Option.
the
for
option housing in
Conditional use.
conditional use. We had the master plan with Kat.
With no voting.
You haven't voted on either of the amendments. so
No,
that's
we haven't.
correct.
And so then it was amended again to add the
You
stationary.
can have secondary amendments, you can have tertiary amendments, so one of those is invalid.
So we'll hold off on Michelle's,
So we're voting on Kat's
on the
amendment.
two. We need to vote on
On the amendments.
the amendments. So just the two, not Michelle's.
Howard has a motion, I have an amendment.
Amendment, that's
So,
it.
No, we have to dispose of Kat's amendment first, so yes or no vote on that, then we can have
Yeah.
another amendment if we want.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. So Kat's amendment,
Is to only allow the conditional use in concert with the master plan.
Yes.
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 Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
yes.
Now Howard's
Now,
motion.
Michelle, you can make your motion.
What I said before?
Yes.
Okay, is that insufficient?
Okay.
So to amend what just passed so that it applies to the OMSI station area to be defined.
Is there a second? Yes. Second. Julie?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So now we need to vote on Howard's amendment as amended by Kat and Michelle. Julie?
Well, I'm going to vote no because I think anything that could potentially impact jobs down there or the industrial use of industrial land is inappropriate. No.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
Yes. Motion's approved. 5-5? Oh, it does not. Oh, I thought it was 6-5. Okay.
5-4.
So,
Wait, it's 5-4.
not 5-4. I thought I cut it.
Okay.
Passes. Okay.
Tell you
I
what.
counted 5. All right. So move on. The next one.
All right.
And
Okay.
also, I
I'm gonna-
needed to say that Joe is going to swap places with me because I need to go to my daughter's high school graduation.
Okay.
so.
Yes, you do.
Congratulations.
High school graduation.
So I'm going to keep Grant up here because the next two items are transportation related, and they're really just getting to questions that were asked. So I think the last one, the last hearing, we heard a lot of conversation about, we're talking about increased job densities. Do we have a transportation strategy in place in this plan that's going to help increase employment densities as well, and as well as maintain the freight mobility, if not enhance it? And we would say yes. We're doing a lot of improvements to the district. If you look at the map above, you'll again see where we're making a lot of active transportation enhancements, a number of freight improvements that aren't currently really in demand in the district. One-way streets, new signalizations, really going to be able to ease the ability for freight to move east-west through the district, as well as all other modes. So we think between the parking improvements, the active transportation improvements, the signalization improvements, and working with the infrastructure we have in better, as well as the substantial transit improvements that are coming into the district, it's going to be able to handle the growth we're talking about here and actually improve freight access, not impact it.
Comments, questions? Is everyone okay with this, or some nods of heads?
Okay, I'll move
Okay,
to the
yep.
next, which was, can the parking strategy keep pace with demand? So again, we believe that it will. We're talking about 9,000 jobs growing over 20 years. There is a lot of underutilized parking in the district already. There is a major transit improvement that's about to come online that's to substantially change how people are getting to work, especially in the southern parts of this district, as well as along the corridors. We have a number of active transportation improvements, which are also starting to come online in advance of that. So we think between all of this, the parking supply, the mode splits we're talking about a 60% mode split in this district, non-single occupancy vehicle. We're going to be able to utilize the existing supply pretty well. We will see some district parking coming in eventually at the ODOT blocks. That's something that's been talked about by Portland Development Commission as they look at redeveloping that. And we think doing a pilot project, which you'll see was one of the things we added in the table that I showed you earlier, is that there's interest in kind of test driving whether we can do accessory commercial parking in the district with those existing spaces, not creating new supply, but basically just opening up what's already there and allowing it to legally be used amongst users. Right now, we know that about midday, there's about 3,200 to 3,300 spaces sitting empty. Some of them may be leased by some people, but certainly not all of them. So we think that we can open up a lot of supply by just allowing that to start being utilized, and that will help keep pace with growth, especially in the near to midterm.
Comments, questions? So on the consent, number 43, so if we vote for the consent, the number 43, this would be the language that would be used, is that correct?
Yes. With it, just to outline it so you don't have to go through it in detail, is it's basically looking at, working with PBOT, we've been looking at testing a pilot project that would allow for a 2-year period, 1 to 2 year period in advance of code amendments to look at doing accessory commercial parking between people who own it right now. Gives us a better sense of where the demand is, some of the implementation struggles that would come with that kind of a program, and looking at also making sure that we can phase that parking out over time. So whether it's revocable permits or another tool, maybe a sunsetting of the provisions in the code, we want to make sure that we're not creating surface parking lots that start to become so valuable as a surface parking lot that it starts to disincent the redevelopment of those sites for vertical development later.
That's a good question on that. Yeah. So there's been multiple times our firms looked at doing vertical development and have shared parking for that vertical development, but it's not allowed by code. And so just the inverse of what you kind of think about sometimes with surface lots is right now, by not being able to share parking, we actually have to build more sometimes versus less. And it's all due to the way people who are financing the projects are viewing the parking. If we can kind of show that, like, you have an office building during the day, those parking places get depleted at night, the residential comes in, and you can share those, then we can kind of get that to work, but we can't through code today. So I guess all I'm getting at is I'd like to see something in here that, as you're looking at kind of a pilot program, but I mean, if someone's going to build vertically, it's got to be grandfathered in. You can't kind of go back on that. If you're talking underground structured parking, and start looking at that shared, because I think there's the potential, especially right now in that district, and some demand in that district that will kind of start making some of that makes more sense.
That's a great point, and thank you for raising it. The issue that we're addressing in this particular action item would only apply to existing parking lots. But what you mentioned about new parking, that's also a significant concern. And it's something that's a kind of a problem central city-wide. Different types of parking are very segregated in terms of how they can be used. As part of our Central City parking policy update, which is going to be rolled out with the code changes that the entire Central City plan will develop over the next year or so, we're looking at relaxing those restrictions. So we could certainly put something in there that acknowledges that and encourages us to do that with new parking as well.
And could I clarify that this code is written would not allow someone who lives to the east to come in, drive to one of these lots, park their car, and then walk or take transit across the bridge into downtown, right?
Right.
Thank you.
Are we okay with the parking strategy? Troy?
So we could, we can make sure that there's an action item that gets at Commissioner Schultz's point on moving this forward in terms of the shared parking or accessory parking for new structures. So we should, I don't know if.
You want to propose amendment?
Well, I mean, you saying that there's something already in the works through central parking, and if so, if that's coming online soon enough, then.
That is in the works. We have a committee of stakeholders, Central City-wide. They include representatives from this district.
Oh, this is long-term, so I'd love to see an action item on this.
We have a meeting this evening if you'd like to come.
We'll craft language that's similar to the original version of Action 1 and include this as like an additional action, the one I proposed the change to in terms of the pilot program. So because the first time that action was presented, it was really talking about trying to get at this accessory parking issue. So we'll make sure we craft that and put it into the plan.
So we need to have her propose amendment for you to add something.
Oh, wow, how do I make a motion to propose an action item that allows for shared parking in vertical built conditions, vertical structured parking conditions.
Second.
Any other comments? Julie?
Aye. Yes.
She said.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Next is regards tax increment financing. So I have Geraldine Moyle from PDC here as well. We have the same answer for each of these questions. So can TIF be used to support businesses? Can TIF be used to help provide workforce and affordable housing? Can TIF be used to provide structured district parking? Yes, and it is today, as a matter of fact, in many respects. If you want more details, we can give you that from Geraldine to give you a little bit about how each of those are being done, but
I guess my concern is listening to some of the public testimony was businesses were struggling to make changes in the district and grow, existing businesses. And it seemed, I know these services are available, but it didn't seem to be applied, or PDC, I mean, the certificate wasn't aggressively chasing those. So I'm trying to, I know they're here, but how are we applying those in an aggressive manner? Because part of that strategy of keeping businesses in the area is getting them the tools to do that.
So I'm Geraldine Moyle with the Portland Development Commission. I'm part of the Central City team. I work in the Central East Side and South Waterfront areas. I could talk a little bit about how our programs are currently being used in the Central East Side. Our storefront improvement program, which is utilized by businesses and property owners for things like awnings and new windows and signage and things that make their business frontage, if you will, look a little more modern or up to date, is one of our most prolific programs in the Central East Side. We have around 25 grants in various stages right now currently in the Central East Side. And those are used for a variety of different businesses. So community assets such as the Milagro Theater and the Refuge Community Space in the Central East Side both got storefront improvement grants. A lot of legacy industrial uses in the automotive and manufacturing capacity have accessed the storefront improvement grant for signage and other windows and whatnot for their uses. Longtime property owners often seek that storefront improvement grant to rehab their space. We have a lot of food and beverage manufacturers in the Central East Side, and a lot of them come to us and seek those grants. I would say about half of the 25 we currently have in process are for food and beverage manufacturers. And often those go to food and beverage manufacturers that are looking to expand their markets regionally, nationally, or globally. We also look to our cluster industries as well, but a lot of our storefront improvement grants are actually going to the ones I mentioned first before they go to our cluster industries, so longtime property owners and community assets, and then also food and beverage manufacturers and legacy industrial users are using that program. We have a program called our DOS, which is our Development Opportunity Study. Most of our DOSs that are currently in process are going to longtime property owners in the district who are looking to rehab their space. We also have 2 other programs for expanding businesses. We offer loans for tenant improvements. We have access to new funds, they're EDA funds, that aren't really ideal for tenant improvements, but they're great funds for working capital and for equipment. So many manufacturing uses in the Central East Side are seeking those funds for expanding their equipment and for working capital.
Excuse me, and do people apply for I'm trying to follow you. How do they get this money? Where does it come from? How big is it? What are the sizes typically?
So our storefront improvement grants are up to $32,000 matching in the Central East Side. So with particular businesses. Our DOS is a matching grant of $12,000. Of the 25 we have, that's a lot. Back in the recession, there were not a lot of people seeking our funds. Our storefront improvement grant program manager, she has about 76 going on right now. That is a high amount of work for her to go through and work with those businesses. We participated in, for example, the Central East Side District on the Move. We had a booth. I sat at the booth for 3 hours and just let people know about our programs. It's on our website. A lot of it comes word of mouth as well. We have signs up that say, beneficiary or whatever of PDC Storefront Improvement Grant Program. A lot of those signs are up in the spaces that are currently receiving those grants, and we get calls from their neighbors, or we get calls from a business that's affiliated with them saying, hey, I heard you gave so-and-so a storefront improvement grant. Do I qualify? And then we'll work through with them to see if they qualify for that. So a lot of it is, again, word of mouth. A lot of it is people just wanting to improve their space and looking at our website and giving us a cold call as well.
Just out of curiosity, do you have quite a
We have a. We are doing as much as we can to do it as quick as possible. Again, 76 is a lot for one person who's managing all of those, but she's working as quickly as she can.
So I guess we heard specifically from two businesses that were just struggling to not only get their businesses, but go through the development process and to grow specifically. And they're part of the Central East Side community. And I just, it seemed like there's other businesses out there doing the same thing and struggling to find that technical assistance to grow in that area. And that's what I'm looking for is how is PDC helping them get the technical assistance? I mean, they're still growing.
So you're looking for, was the technical assistance in regards to struggling to find expandable space?
They bought the space.
Well, can I note that one of them was Creative Woodworking,
Yeah.
who was looking for space completely outside the district and is looking for, if anything, either a very different direction to the district, which is industrial sanctuary, nothing but industrial sanctuary, or looking to have a zoning pattern that significantly increases the value to help them subsidize the cost of moving to a different location outside the district. So it was a little bit of a different conversation, I think, than what we're having right here
Yeah,
about
yeah,
trying to
no.
maintain and keep people who really want to stay and invest in the district in that regard.
Yeah, but the other gentleman had bought the building next to him, was trying to move into the building, and so it sounded like the DOS program would work, some kind of technical assistance with just helping him understand what he had to do to the building to do that. The DOS program would probably get through there, but he just didn't seem to have any connections into the city. It seemed like if we're going to maintain those businesses, to my concern about loss of the businesses long-term that are there, and he's in an industrial business, he's a machinist, these are the guys that we really need to put our time and effort into. I understand the techie guys are really cool, but
Sure. Well, again, a lot of our inquiries recently have been from legacy industrial uses.
Okay.
We could definitely be out there door to door. We have done that in the past. In fact, when there wasn't a lot of activity for Dawson Storefront Improvement Grant, we had people walk up and down through the main corridors in the Central East Side, knocking on doors and saying, "Hey, do you know about our programs?" We try to be as active as we can with the Central East Side Industrial Council. Many people on their board of directors are aware of our programs and can convey that information for us as well. And again, we attend events like the District on the Move event, where we had a booth trying to get people in the Central East Side who have businesses aware of our products. I would say our best asset is the word of mouth that comes from their neighbors. So if this gentleman's neighbor has one or he's seen a sign, he's welcome to call. I'm happy to get his information and call him myself too and let him know about the program. For businesses that are growing and are lacking space, what we've found is when you get to 10,000 square feet, it's really hard, or it was really hard, to find expansion space in the Central East Side. The projects that are currently coming online, like 2040 Clay, and the intention of the larger areas in the Southern Triangle, have the footprints and the development capacity where new construction could accommodate those businesses. It has been one of our priorities to allow people who want to be in the Central East Side to grow in the Central East Side. Part of the Burnside Bridgehead project was to initiate that. The East Side Exchange Building was one of the first buildings that actually had a 20,000 square foot floor plate, if you will. Up until that building was available, there was nowhere to grow if you were over 10,000 square feet. And that very quickly, the top two floors of that building got picked up by a clean tech software company because of the demand for that square footage. There's definitely that desire for larger floor plates, and I think the Southern Triangle and our strategic sites like the ODOT blocks, working with the Clinton Triangle and working with the OMSI area will also provide those opportunities for expansion.
okay. Other comments, questions? Are we okay with the TIF district business assistance? Great, thank you.
Sure.
I think we're okay.
So then the last question, and looks like Commissioner Sorry, Commissioner Talmadge has just left. But there was a question about affordable housing targets, and I did have the opportunity to talk to her yesterday about this. The question is whether we really need to have something specific in the Southeast Quadrant Plan that was reflecting the work that had been adopted by the other quadrant plans. And because those other quadrant plans are really amending the overall Central City 2035 policy framework, that should more than adequately address this. We don't need additional shadow language in this quadrant. It takes care of that. It applies everywhere in the Central City. So these policies and directions that are both in the Central City 2035, as well as the one action we have in the Southeast Quadrant Plan, are really aimed at trying to get us to maintain that 30% affordability Central City-wide through the life of the plan.
Comments, questions? Thank you. Are we good? Thank you.
So that would be the last questions that we were bringing back for you through the memo, and then there's just anything that was in the consent package that you may want to pull. Or
For the consent package, Gary?
Yeah, a new question. And Troy, I don't know if you saw the memo from the Central East Side Industrial District Creatives from Ms. Sanchez. Anyway, it brought up for me the question of the role of the arts and culture in Central East Side District, and it has been historically an incubator for that. That led me to take a look at the various relevant plans, Portland Plan, Central East Side Plan, Central City Plan, blah, blah, blah. And there's remarkably little said about the arts and culture in all those plans. And it just, so I don't know if the Central East Side Plan is the right place to insert something around that or where we should go with that, but it was just, it stood out as a deficiency.
Howard?
I think you raise a really significant point, and I don't know why I let it go by, because the art and culture are a part of what I believe really strongly make a great city. Gary, I guess I'd refer in the Southeast Quadrant to Washington High School and how it's turning into a real cultural center for what it's worth, and it's working. I don't know what's happening around it, but I do know that the lessee there is making it very popular, maybe more popular than the neighborhood wants. So art and culture is doing its own kind of integrating into the particular plan we're talking about in the reuse of buildings like Washington High School.
Yeah, Gary, I have to agree, because that was something that what I had thought I would do is take a look at the comp plan as a whole and see if we could put it in kind of a more general way where it would be applicable to the entire, all the areas, not just specifically in the Southeast Quadrant.
Gary, did you want to put something specifically in here?
I don't
or-
have anything prepared today. I can
Oh, okay.
I can put something in if people think that would be helpful. And Howard, I appreciate what you say about the success of some of the efforts that are ongoing, but I also think that the Central East Side Plan and the comp plan is setting some new forces in motion that may make it less friendly to that kind of development in the future, and that's the underlying concern.
So maybe in the comp plan, we can be overriding, but also specifically call out Central East Side as an area of maybe some preservation.
So you're suggesting something for the comp plan?
For the comp plan, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the comp plan or the Central City Plan,
Yeah,
because perhaps
thank
we could
you.
just give direction to staff to bring back an arts and culture policy for the Central City Plan when they consolidate the quadrants that includes this.
there should be language in Central City 2035 concept plan, the policy framework. We will double check that though and make sure we highlight it when we bring back the Central City 2035 final plan for you, which will have all of that final policy language for you to adopt. So
Yeah, if we
how's
make
that?
sure it references the Central East Side and doesn't just talk about the theater district downtown.
Yeah.
And it's actually the Portland plan that has the most richness that I was able to find around arts and culture. But it's all kind of encourage sort of verbs. And so, anyway, that would be great if staff could bring something back, and I'm
Okay. Sounds good. So for the housing, are we okay? Is everyone okay with the housing? Okay, and then you're going to bring back some, around the Central City Plan, some language.
Yes.
So we'll put that on, okay?
So with that, we have nothing further. It would just be, I guess we're looking for your recommendation on the plan as amended.
So there are,
We've got the consent we need to vote on.
including 4 new items that my colleagues haven't seen before getting this piece of paper. So
Yeah.
at some point I should probably update them on that.
First, yeah, thanks, Chris. So that's the back page. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, is there a motion on the table about the consent agenda? Well, let's do the motion.
Yeah, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Okay, Chris, you want to describe the items on the back page that are
Sure.
new?
So if you go to the last page, there's one item on parking we already talked about, then there are 4 other items that I'll take the blame for. So let me start with 42 and 45. So you recall we had testimony from the Bicycle Advisory Committee that they were concerned that bikeway facilities that are already in the TSP and other documents were given short shrift in the plan. So we had a meeting yesterday with the Troy facility with PBOT staff and leadership from the BAC. Talk about this, and 2 policies coming out of that. 42, which clarifies that the green loop is intended to complement, not compete with, existing planned pedestrian and bicycle facilities. So it's a new thing on top of, as opposed to something that would replace other facilities. And 45 is in the same vein and just emphasizes the need to support the adopted bikeway facilities in the district. 41 and 43, or I'm sorry, 41 and 44 are a little bit different. If you've ever been down to the OMSI station area, I'm sure you've seen the streetcar flyover that goes up to the MLK Grand Viaduct. There's a notion in the plan that that ought to have a bike ped facility on it or near it. I have some history with this since I was on the streetcar board when that facility was designed. And at that time, I thought, somebody 10 years down the road is going to kick us and say, why didn't you put a bike ped facility on that? So I requested an analysis be conducted at that time, and there were essentially 2 conclusions. One is that because of the way that flyover has to thread its way between the power lines, it has to get under the power lines and over the railroad tracks, it has grades that are not ADA standards. It would be too steep for an ADA facility. We also reached out to both the bicycle community and the neighborhood at that time, and they both said, hey, focus on Clinton to the River initiative, which has turned out, I think, with greatly successful, giving access from that part of Southeast down to the river. So, and also if you stand at the bottom and look up, you might say, well, why isn't there a bike ped facility? If you were standing at the top, you'd say, why would I ever want to be here? That's a very unfriendly place up on the MLK Viaduct. So 2 amendments that are proposed here. One just changes the verb from provide a pedestrian bike bridge to consider, because I think if we really wanted to think about it, we should do the analysis again. If you don't trust my analysis from 10 years ago, fine, do the analysis again. I'm fine with that. And the other, there's a place in the narrative where that such a bike ped facility is talked about as an already identified project. That's just factually incorrect. There is no identified project to do that, so I ask that that be struck. So those are my 4 new amendments on the consent list.
Yeah, I'm fine with Chris's 42. The only thing I'd like to point out, and I've had conversations with some of the bicycle advocates and planners, is the green loop is one of the big ideas in the comp plan, and it's not about cycling. It's about urban design. And so I don't want those 2 things to get bollocksed up with one another. So the word complement, I think, is critical in this amendment. We, in my opinion, do not want to diminish the potential for the green loop to do a lot of things for peds, bike, and urban design.
Other comments?
Well, and then there are a few amendments in here with my name attached to them. And I still have a couple questions on a couple of them, but I don't think it's worth, although staff has been sitting here for 2 hours potentially to have a conversation about these, I'm feeling okay about staff responses. Unless they want to come up and defend. I would say, though, something that did come up today, whether they want to talk about the appropriateness of houseboats and houseboat moorages in the southeast quadrant.
Nothing wrong with that. Good idea.
Other comments? Julie, vote? Oh, we did have a
Yep,
motion
it's been moved.
on the consent list. Motion on the consent list was proposed and seconded.
Aye.
Rudd. Yes. Schultz. Yes.
Shapiro. Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Goff.
Yes. So now we need a motion on the entire package as amended. Last comments, questions?
Howe.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Rudd. Yes. Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Goff.
Yes. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Trey.
Almost right on time.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have a very quick turnaround, as it turns out. So this plan is going to be heard at time certain, 2 p.m. July 1st at City Council. So we can help draft a letter, and we'll need to have that forwarded to City Council, it looks like this Friday.
Okay. Oh, this Friday?
This Friday, yeah. So
Well,
we will try to get you language tomorrow. How's that?
Yeah,
All
that
right.
sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have a comprehensive plan update work session. This is a continuation. Huh? And we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you, Chris, for Yeah, I was like, oh, good. Finally, yeah, all right. You're right there. Yeah.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're going to get started. I think Howard took off, so we're still good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Eric?
Thank you, Chair Ba. So tonight's comp plan session, or this afternoon's comp plan session, is fairly brief, and we're treating this kind of as a training session to ease our way into the amendments process and the final voting on the proposed draft. A key document you should have in front of you at this point is this beautiful draft here. That we didn't do a cover, but it essentially is a draft recommendation, and our job over the next few sessions is to turn it into your actual recommendation, and so we're pivoting from the general work sessions where we don't have specific language in front of us to taking your further amendments. And so hopefully if staff's done its job, what's on the table reflects the direction you've already given us over the last 6 months. And if it doesn't, these next few sessions are your opportunity to raise your hand and say, I can't live with this thing, I wish to make this amendment or that amendment. And so Commissioner Smith has been kind enough to offer some things up for today's agenda. We realized that publishing it on Wednesday and expecting a list of amendments by Friday was unrealistic, but we figured a few of them would be out there to get us started, and that was true. So to be honest, we took his on Sunday. But so going forward, the next session is on June 23rd, and we would like, Julie, the calendar, the Friday before the 19th. So that's not this Friday, it's next Friday. We would like your amendments in the form. Julie sent out a template for you to, but it's pretty basic. You just need to identify who you are, what thing you want amended, and a quick explanation of why, and a reminder that the thing you want amended can be a policy, it can be a project on the project list, it can be a map designation change, or it could be narrative in the citywide system plan if there's something about that you don't like. So that's the universe. Any questions about that before I move on?
Eric, in reading through, I have not made it through the whole new draft yet, but in reading through some sections, there's most of the changes in the language are really, really helpful. There were some areas of new language which were complex linguistically, and I'm wondering if that kind of language, how should I manage those observations? Should just point them out or suggest alternative language, or?
You have a couple options. You can decide to live with them. If it raises to the level of you think it's a significant issue, you can propose an amendment. You can make, you're welcome to make casual observation, and we may, if it's, at this point, the plan is in your hands, so if you want to change it, you have to raise your hand, but we can also take informal staff suggestions that we can carry with us to council and address at that point. It's kind of up to you as to how serious the issue is in your mind and whether you want to raise it now or treat it informally.
I read every memo Julie sends us, but I don't remember a template, so I don't know if I missed it. And just to make sure I've got that template, could you resend that?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to bug you on that.
We'll resend.
If we have a template we're supposed to use, I'd like to use that.
Yeah, it's basically a table that just gives you a format and some sample amendments that we wrote in there for fun, just So, and as I mentioned, so we're entering the phase where it's, instead of staff bringing you long lists of changes, it's up to you to identify them. And the way we're going to work this is we're going to go in sequence, starting with amendment number 1 today, and then we'll just keep adding to that. What will happen is I will identify the amendment briefly, then it will be up to the commissioner who made the amendment to make a motion that we adopt that amendment, and we need someone to second it. If you want to change the amendment, you need to first dispense with the motion that's been made. So if you don't like it and you want to change it, you can say, I don't like it, let's vote this one down and let's do an alternate. And I will type live the alternates as we need to. That's why I'm working in Word instead of PowerPoint. So I'm your scribe essentially to get the proposal right if we have to amend it. And using amendment number 1, if amendment number 1 were to fail and somebody else has an alternative, we would call that amendment 1A and just keep track of it that way until we, and hopefully it's not 1Z before we adopt it. But
So just to be clear, so the usual procedure under Roberts is you can amend an amendment once, and you're saying you'd prefer not to do that. You'd rather just defeat it and do another version of the amendment, right? That's
to be clear, we'd like to do it that way,
Right.
just to
Okay.
keep things straight.
So that we're going to vote on each amendment as an individual,
Yeah.
unamended. So there will be no amendments to amendments.
Right, and if you want to amend it, vote it down and then say, I want us to now do a 1A and fix this.
Okay.
And you guys can have your conversation to make that happen between the motions.
Okay.
And then a reminder that, what we'll do eventually is we'll catalog all these, and when you get to your final vote, we'll remind you of the list of amendments that have passed and failed, just so you can keep track of all that.
Yeah. Kat?
Okay, just to make sure we're clear. So, after the motion, or the motion for the amendment's been accepted, there's a discussion period. If you have, like, let's say, a friendly amendment, is that the time that you want everyone to go, hey, by the way, I realize we're not voting on this friendly amendment, but I'm going to have this friendly amendment or this change?
Yeah, during that discussion, that would be
Okay.
good. And then we can either treat that, if it's an additive amendment, we can treat that as a 1A without voting down the first
We
one.
can talk about how to deal with it then. Okay.
And if it's a change to the amendment, you can vote against that first one, and everyone can agree to vote against it, and then you can do it. And
well, and to be collegial, if Kat proposed a friendly amendment to my amendment, I might just withdraw my motion and let her make the revised motion and not have to have the humiliation of her getting me voted down, right?
Right.
I'm just practicing how to do all that.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing here. That's why we have an hour and a half to get through only a small number of these things, so we can practice and see how it goes. And if it doesn't work, we can modify our methods a little bit. We can amend our methods. Any further questions about that? Okay.
Yeah, let's do something.
Okay, so the practice begins. Amendment number 1 from Commissioner Smith deals with policy 3.64, which is a design policy related to, well, I'll just say it's a design policy, and I have to get in the habit of, yeah, so the format of these sheets is basically that it says what amendment it is, who it's from, what page it's on, so you should be turning to your page in your document, 3.21 in this case. So chapter 3, page 21. And you'll see then the actual policy. And then what we've done here is we've said basically what it is, and then what's being done, and then the as amended language here. So in this case, Chris has requested that we add motor vehicle diversion to the policy, and you can see where that would be in the context of the documents.
So, just as a process, then we'll ask whoever proposed the amendment to explain.
Right, if Commissioner Smith has anything to add beyond what I just said, then that would be his opportunity to.
So Chris, you want to explain this one?
Well, I have to move it first, right? Give it a second. So I move amendment number 1.
Second.
Okay. So the rationale behind this is in the city greenways section and refers specifically to the, I believe the neighborhood greenways, what we call neighborhood greenways today. And the issue we're seeing is that neighborhood greenways are supposed to be low traffic, low speed streets that are primarily for bicycles and pedestrians. You know, the motor vehicles are the guests rather than the main show. And we're seeing on some of them, because they generally are continuous, don't have stop signs, that they have been adopted as cut-through routes by drivers. There are a variety of tools here that are described to keep them traffic calmed. I just want to make it explicit that diversion is part of the toolbox, which I think it probably would be considered anyway, but I'd like to make that explicit so when the project managers are deciding what to do, they know that this is on the menu.
So, I just, in terms of designing the greenway, you want to make sure that motor vehicle diversion is part of the tool chest to create the city greenways.
Right, as are bioswales and other things that help define those.
Okay.
Chris, just a clarification, diversion, would that include speed humps?
I think PBOT would consider speed humps a separate tool.
So
Because that's a calming in terms of.
It is, it's under traffic calming tool.
per vehicle. Would you include that in this?
So, well, speed humps so the characteristic of neighborhood greenways is that they are low speed, low volume.
Right.
Speed humps are aimed at the low speed piece.
Right.
Diversion is aimed at the low volume, because it's
So
basically saying you
wouldn't
can't
have-
go more than some number of blocks before you have to turn, you're forced to turn, so that the bikes and peds can go straight, but the cars have to take a more circuitous route.
Mike, and then Catherine.
Yeah, since we're practicing, for future reference, when we submit our amendments, I have found it to be very helpful to have the consent approach. Are we going to submit our amendments? Will there be staff responses? Like Chris doesn't know what he's talking about? Or,
So
for future reference, not today.
there's, it's going to kind of depend on the issue. We're going to definitely scan it and identify things we may have an issue with and let you know. And so in this case, since we're practicing, Courtney is here from Portland Transportation and who can weigh in on just PBOT's thinking on
Yeah,
this.
because it seems eminently reasonable, but
Sure, so that, go practice, okay, so I'm Courtney. I'm Courtney.
Please
with
speak
the-
into the mic.
Sorry. I'm Courtney with the Bureau of Transportation, and didn't see these ahead of time, so this is the first time I've seen it as well. So the PBOT is looking into the question about motor vehicle diversion around when we're putting in what are called the greenways, which are a little bit different than these. So there's internal conversation about that, and we got quite a bit of written comment about diversion. The concern, which I don't have it all in front of me, so we can get more detail later, is that in some of our street classifications, it doesn't allow us to divert from one local street to another local street in terms of motor vehicle. I believe that is where we're at on it. So we're having a conversation internally to see what components of the classifications we might need to change. So I'm not saying that we're not in opposition of this or in support, but there are some things that need to change in the classification structure for this to move forward. Having it in the comp plan maybe gives us more, we have to implement the comp plan, so we need to make those changes. So again, I'm not going to say yay or nay at the moment, but it's definitely something we're talking about, and we also got those comments, but there are some changes we need to make in the classification structure to make that happen.
And the classifications are a task 5 item, right?
Correct.
So this is-
Right, so
this
it
would be
could-
task 4 giving direction to task 5.
Correct, but one that has not been in the scope of work as of yet.
So Kat, you have a-
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So back to all of our struggles on definition. So if I'm just reading this, I guess, is there somewhere that describes what you mean by distinctive street design? In other words, in Peabod's mind, does that have a specific meaning? In other words, that might embrace what Chris is getting at, and it sounds like you do have a specific definition for motor vehicle diversion that may be different than I imagined when I read that.
Right, we don't have a distinctive street design definition. That really came through the urban design framework through BPS. I mean, we've been working with them on that, but we don't have, our street design guidelines have a variety of things that we put in it. And then again, we do have specific tools for motor vehicle diversion, mainly related to just making cars not go through the street. Again, I'm not a traffic engineer and haven't put those in, haven't done any of that design, but we have specific things that we put in for diversion.
But I
So-
like your,
So could you, as you're developing the distinctive street designs, is there the possibility that some of those street designs are all about motor vehicle diversion?
I believe yes, but I think you'd still want to keep them separate because there's some locations where you might not need diversion.
Correct. I guess if you're looking at a toolkit of unique street designs, or I'm trying to go with this, and I'm trying to hit this policy on a greenway corridor, I know I'm going to probably want to encourage diversion, and therefore I'm going to go for those particular tool set of opportunities. I don't know.
Right. I think, again, if you really want the diversion, you should say it in the policy.
Okay.
We could say
mean,
green vegetables, or we could say broccoli.
Right.
I want to say broccoli.
Right, exactly, yeah.
So, help
Well,
me-
now I've, no. I'm
So
I
help
like
me with
cabbage.
this in terms of the street classification is going to narrow the diversion streets allowed, correct?
Right, again, I'm sorry I don't have it in
well,
my
I mean,
brain.
I know, just we're
But
pretending.
currently, it's my understanding that our classification system, and I think it's for local street, you can't divert motor vehicle traffic from one local street to another local street. Most of the greenways, both here as designed, as well as the ones that we're designing, are on local streets. That's sort of the point of them. And so, and I think there's also conversation in the classifications of diverting from a higher classification to a lower. And again, a lot of the city greenways are on the bike boulevards, and it's mainly related to the traffic classification. So again, if the bike classification is higher, and we're diverting, and that's where we're sort of looking at right now, is that if the bike classification is high, but the motor vehicle class, but it's higher than the motor vehicle classification, is that where we can have the is that a place to make the change for the diversion? This is from a 5-minute conversation I had with Roger Geller at my cube on Friday, so.
Yeah. But I guess I'm concerned from the standpoint of, we already have, are we creating an inherent conflict in the classification system because of diversions? We don't want to divert traffic onto the local streets or move it around in the local neighborhoods. And at the same time, putting a specific motor vehicle diversion language calls it out and makes that more than a tool, one tool. It makes it a specific tool versus a suite of tools that Catherine was talking about in the distinctive street design.
Well, but this is, just explicitly adding something to the menu. It doesn't require its use. It just makes it clear it's on the menu. And I'd say this is very consistent with the transportation hierarchy, that where we have designated a facility for bikes, we should be willing to make it inconvenient for cars if that's necessary to keep it useful for bikes.
But are you creating that conflict? I'm just saying in the hierarchy.
But in practice, what you want to have happen is that, so let's take an example. There's a diverter right now in Rodney that was a temporary facility during the Williams construction that I believe does exactly what you said. It's from one local street to another, right?
Right.
But the intent of that is not to cause people to make that turn. The intent is to get the cars to stay on Williams or on MLK, not to be on Rodney. So I don't think it's about creating that turning movement. It's about getting the cars to a different corridor.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the greenways, though, they're on local streets.
Yes.
And so when you're talking about motor vehicle diversion off a local street, unless it's adjacent to, you're not moving, you're just moving it to the next street over.
Well, you're hopefully moving the through motor vehicle traffic to a more appropriate street, with a higher classification.
Well, it's funny, but local streets are
Right, so if you lived in the neighborhood, you might have to make that movement. But what we're really trying to discourage is the through traffic. You know, Clinton right
Yeah.
now, the max for a neighborhood greenway is supposed to be about 3,000 cars a day, and Clinton is seeing somewhere on the order of twice that right now.
Yeah.
So, you know, trying to provide a tool to fix that.
So the point is you want to create a conflict to the extent that people make a different choice, right?
Particularly through
They don't
traffic
go
makes
there in the
another
first
choice.
place.
Yes.
So it's not like you're trying to force them onto another local. It's like, I'm not going to go there because.
Through traffic belongs to someone
Right.
else entirely.
It has something of a debilitating effect sometimes with people seeking other means, but that's another
Hopefully you only do it once and then you learn.
Well,
Gary?
Yeah, I kind of wonder if this is a little bit similar to the discussion, Courtney, you and I had around some of the transportation hierarchy issues. And I think what I came away from that conversation with the appreciation that PBOT responds to a lot of different standards and guidelines, and some of which have the force of law, some of which don't. And when I look at something like this, I just see this gives policy permission to use street diversion where necessary and where appropriate. It doesn't say, when I read it, we're going to use street diversion as a tool and it's a mandatory thing to do. It's kind of like, you guys have your guides, use it when it's appropriate in a particular situation on a given street to make a discrete implementation decision. So I don't know if there's really more to it on a policy level.
But other than, other than I think there's other policies we'll need to change in the TSP to make this happen. Because currently, we can't, based on the classifications.
Your current guidelines say you can't divert from
Current
one.
policy, I mean, it's in a policy statement in the TSP. Classifications are a policy statement. So in the classification, it talks about no diversion. It's not
That's it.
just in how we do our business, it's in the classification. Doesn't mean we can't change that with direction, and again, it's a conversation we're having, but currently, we can't or shouldn't.
That's in the street classification policy.
Right.
And that's coming in task 5.
Right. This particular component was not in the scope of that, but looking at classifications was a task,
So
part of that task.
Are you then concerned that this would trump your existing classification policy?
It would inform its refinement.
I think I would agree with Chris. It informs the refinement,
Kat, did you
how
have-
I would look at it. Right.
Yeah, and I know you could say that about this, my comment on just about any policy in here. So I don't know where I'm going with this in some ways. But as someone who has the opportunity to implement these codes on a daily basis, when something's listed this specifically, it often becomes gospel, as I've seen implemented, even though it does say encourage, there's the options, thing like that. And that for some reason, as soon as it's listed, there's certain people who interpret it as you need to do that. So I guess that's what I'm struggling a little bit. It's just a word of caution because I've seen it happen over and over again. And especially to maybe not perhaps, staff who's looking at it, but when you've got neighborhoods looking at it, they see it, they want it, they're like, look, you got to do it. And so I guess just struggling a little bit there.
I don't think that would be a bad thing if it happened.
And maybe not, but that's where I'm struggling is I don't know enough, Chris, about how deep the issue goes or is this really appropriate in every condition to do that? And that's where I'm going, it'd be nice to have it as an option and in the toolkit, but maybe not so unfortunately default towards have to be done, perhaps. And I just don't know enough about it to.
The language doesn't say default or have to.
I agree.
Does
There you
the,
Yes.
just one more question. Could the motor vehicle diversion language be handled if you took it out of here in task 5 totally and achieved the same goal?
I think we need to have direction from the comp plan to put it in the task 5 scope.
Okay. So I guess to phrase it a different way, if you didn't do it here, we could direct PBOT to do this in the task 5, and then it would be altogether.
Yeah, but the task 5 is really to implement the comp plan. So if it's not in the comp plan, I mean, I can get really nitpicky policy planner person, but
Right.
if it's not in there, but that's part of your role and city council's role to give us that direction. I think I completely understand what Catherine is saying, and that's what I want to take back to our team as well. But I would be more comfortable having it in Task 5 and being told to scope that because it's now a policy statement in the comp plan versus Planning Commission wants me to look at it as a part of my scope.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
He's tired, he wants to vote.
Yep.
Julie?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Been given direction.
So I have a question. How many all-nighters are we going to do in order to get through these?
Practice, we'll get faster.
We're hoping not to.
Okay, let's try number 2. So this one is on page GP 3-22, so just the next page essentially. This one also from Commissioner Smith. Add to the central city policy the word software where it describes the kind of the business services and other aspects of the central city's role.
No, I get to do that because I'm the closer. I move Amendment 2.
Is there a
And,
second?
I think Howard just seconded it. So after all the discussion of the EOS and the software companies essentially side, it just seemed apparent to me that software was an important enough category to call out in this particular policy.
Discussion?
Software is like an umbrella term. Isn't there a bigger information?
Well, information's already in there, but again, I think of information as a little bit different than software.
Would you want hardware development too? I mean, just curious. I don't know if you're going software. I mean, is it, so that's the broader, right? Is it even broader than information and software?
Well,
I don't know.
It's office district though.
yeah, hardware would not apply to an office district. It could be an EOS, but not, wouldn't be in Big Pink downtown. Whereas software is
Right.
more general.
I was thinking EOS.
Right. Yeah.
But
You've got industrial districts there too.
Question.
Other discussion? Nope. Julie?
Aye.
yes.
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 Okay, moving on to number 3.
Getting quicker.
You doubled your speed. This one is on in Chapter 4. It's Policy 4.23. It's the Design for Pedestrian and Bicycle Access Policy, and Commissioner Smith was requesting that we, where we say bicycle access, we also say and bicycle, essentially and bicycle parking to indicate that it's not just about access, but where you put your bike once you're there.
Move Amendment 3?
You mean by parking bicycles, don't you?
Yes, I do, because it's,
Well, should you say that?
well, where it's positioned, it's.
The
bicycle
position of the
access
comma would
and
indicate
parking.
that.
It's, well, it's, the parking is between the bicycle and the comma, so I think it's implied, but.
I don't know.
So this is again in the green vegetables, broccoli category. Some people would interpret access to include parking. I just want to be specific.
Grammatically speaking, the location of the comma indicates that this is bicycle parking, and I think the way we would read it.
Comments? Oh, hold on. She was not fast enough opening, getting her hand up.
Uh-huh.
But I can't get the glossary fast enough. And it's not, yeah, it is defined.
So did you answer your own question? Can you talk into the mic?
I would consider defining access to include parking more generally in the glossary.
So under Eric's rules, you have to defeat my amendment before you can propose that one, right?
We can vote.
So I thought I was being green. I'm a little disadvantaged. What's access defined as, or is it not defined?
It is.
It is.
It's the ability to approach or make use of transportation facilities, parks and open space, public infrastructure, or businesses and services that are open to the public. Good access means within close proximity up to a half mile that is free from physical barriers for those with limited mobility. 2, providing a wide variety of information and involvement opportunities, activities, and settings as part of a meaningful community engagement and public decision-making.
So it's broader than transportation.
It has a primary and a secondary definition.
I still like this approach.
Other comments, questions? Julie?
Aye. Yes.
No.
Aye.
Yes.
No.
No. Does not pass.
Go, make your amendment.
Make your amendment.
Well, I guess if you
Well,
want
make
it.
another motion.
Motion to direct staff to define access to include parking.
Bicycle parking?
No, I would
So
define,
is that, Eric, just so we're practicing here, that seems like a completely new
Yes.
and not directly related to the current Smith Amendment 2.
And I have some concerns about unintended consequences, so I'd prefer to give it some thought.
So, I mean,
next
this is not an amendment to his and redefining, this is a completely new.
I think it's up to you guys to, there's going to be some subjectivity about whether you consider it an amendment or a new one.
I'm just trying to figure out how do we handle that?
I think probably the cleanest way is either the chair makes that decision or the person who had the original amendment decides whether it's friendly enough to be an adjunct or whether you want to consider it a new amendment.
So I'd rather go think about it than.
Okay, but is this something, Michelle, you can send in through your comments? Okay.
Okay.
So
We'll deal with it that way.
Okay, thank you.
So number 4, this is moving on now to, Chapter 8, Policy 8.37, and this is having to do with the right-of-way policies, adding the word safe and to that to further emphasize safety.
Move Amendment 4. Second. So the rationale here is that we have already had a much stronger safety policy in Chapter 9, and Director Treat and Commissioner Novick are championing Vision Zero, where we're putting safety as a very top priority for the transportation system. And I thought it was appropriate to include that here in the very definition of the transportation network to say it is both safe and connected, not just connected.
Comments? Julie?
Aye. Yes.
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 Okay, now it's the fun begins, right? So at long last, we have the open data topic, which we've been promising for a long time.
GP2.
We've had a couple meetings following up with Commissioner Smith on this interest and have developed
And Commissioner St. Martin.
And Commissioner St. Martin, thank you. And I apologize to Chris for not sending this out earlier. We had there was a little bit of confusion about which night this would be on, but we had worked out a proposal. And we did include the new policy 2.11 in, and this is chapter 2 about civic engagement. We had included a version of this in the draft we sent out, but subsequent to that, so this is an amendment on top of that. It's essentially rewritten, so it's a little hard to do track changes on top of track changes, so I'm showing you the whole piece here. And it's...
What's the page again, Eric?
It's the original version is on page, sorry, my cursor stopped
GP
working.
210.
GP 210, yeah, up there. So what we did is rewrote that introduction to the paragraph and then added and consolidated and rewrote the bullet list below a little bit, again, with Commissioner St. Martin and Smith's input. We had also with us our technical services manager and from the Office of Community Technology, the city's manager of that function. I should also note that the city attorney continues to express concerns about this, but the Bureau is comfortable.
So I'll move Amendment 5. So essentially, this represents a meeting of the minds. You'll recall that I had a fairly lengthy definition for both this and the broadband amendment we'll consider next. Staff came back with a much shorter version, and I asked for an opportunity to meet and discuss it. And, we did that very productively. So what you have is something in the middle that's, I think, staff very appropriately said you have to keep this balanced with other comp plan policies and not start defining programs in the comp plan. So I accepted that input, but this also has some of the, what are to me the very key concepts, such as the data being in public domain, are important to capture here. So,
And it's in chapter 2 because this is a policy about involving the public and sharing data. It's the beginning of the policy starts out about planning and investment decisions, which is a phrase we use frequently in the plan to indicate that this is all about things in the comprehensive plan. It's not, we've had this debate about what's in or out of the comp plan, and this is, we accept that infrastructure related to moving data is part of growth and the prosperity of the city, and so we think it's fair game, but it is about that sphere of city activity.
Other comments? Gary?
Yeah, I just wonder about trying to align this better with the Oregon Public Records Law. The concerns about security, privacy, trade secrets, and other factors are addressed in the Public Records Law. And the issue of cost becomes an interesting issue. If you have data sets that are open and available to folks, that's fine. But having a clear defined criteria about when is the city being asked to develop new data in response to a question, that incurs a very significant cost potentially, as opposed to just having things open.
right, and part of the remedy to that is this has the concept of an oversight body that would help weigh in on those decisions.
I should also mention that this is comp plan policy, so this is not necessarily the operating rule that would be in implementing this. This is broad guidance. We would have to develop some kind of more detailed operational policy that would exist to give us the guidance on a day-to-day basis.
So Chris, you added a word. You said an oversight committee? Is that the intent?
Is
Was
that
it
further down? Are there
at the
clearly
very
defined-
bottom, it just says oversight.
Yeah, clearly defined criteria and oversight. So I had, my more blown out language had more detail on that, but we got the concept of oversight in here. Right. Keep it
So
reasonable.
is the attorney's concern about the public records here?
If you
conflict?
recall, in our staff report last month, we had a memo on this topic, and just broadly speaking, the city attorney was concerned about the relationship to the larger complex web of laws that govern information. Also, more fundamentally, just whether this is a legitimate comprehensive plan topic, about whether the governance of data is subject to land use law and ought to be part of that. And I think in grappling with that, this policy is about the outreach, because it's in Chapter 2 in the outreach plan of the comp plan. It's about how we communicate about our comprehensive plan to the world. It's not necessarily about the entire world of data, and it doesn't necessarily override public records law. That's obviously a state law that we still are subject to. So we felt like it appropriately conveyed the intent and wasn't so specific as the initial proposal that in the initial proposal there was concern about it really reading like a rule and being beyond the nature of a comp plan policy. And so that's where we landed. Again, the city attorney still is concerned about this being sort of out of the bounds of traditional comp plan policy.
Question, so does this show up in a zoning ordinance at some point?
We would have to figure out how to, more likely it would show up as the Bureau having to update its own administrative rules about how we release or don't release data. So
There's already a council resolution on open data. I'm hoping this becomes the basis for future council action in that area to expand it.
Other comments, questions? No. Julie?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is a fairly short one. This is an introductory text to the, I just separated this out, Chris, because it didn't fit on one page. It's the introductory text to the Communications and Technology section of Chapter 8. And the request essentially was to add a phrase, as we rewrote this, we added a phrase describing the, related to the city's growth and prosperity. We wanted to tighten up the connection that that we view technology services and broadband and things like this as related to the city's growth and prosperity. And creating that narrative connection was a way of explaining the policy changes we're going to make in the next amendment.
What policy are you on again?
It's not a policy, it's the narrative introduction right in front of
Before 8.116.
right in front of 8116. And the next amendment will be some further amendments to the policies that are below this, but we
So you broke it in two?
broke it in two because it's
So
got a lot of elements.
Move Amendment 6. So the,
Is there more on top of this page?
Yeah, is there more?
I'm having trouble figuring out where we are.
Sorry, yeah,
They're
I didn't
50,
anticipate the
30.
screen size when
Yeah,
we
they're-
designed these.
it's still two
sheets.
paragraphs, so we've essentially,
Yeah.
the first black underline is already in there, right? And it's,
Right.
that's the last version of track changes. and the
Right,
one
so the
below-
change is really down below, inserting that clause into this.
City doesn't grow and be prosperous without technology to support it.
It's a minor nuance in the language, but it helps tie together the,
Sets up Amendment 7, which is the one I'm really interested in.
right.
So the change is not the black above.
It's the blue underline.
Right, yeah, that's a good question. The convention I'm using is to highlight the change in blue, because in some cases, these are changes to changes, and we want to be
Okay.
able to sort of show what's going on here.
Okay. Other comments, questions? Julie?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Okay, so the next one is number 7, and this is on the same page to policy 117. Basically, we're adding universal access to replace just access here, and this was part of the discussion we had with the group that met.
And is that defined somewhere? Universal access?
I don't think so.
No, not in that term. So if it's not defined, you would have to go to the dictionary.
So I'll move Amendment 7.
That one was reasonable.
Second.
Comments?
So the approach here,
Not there is.
what I'm concerned about with broadband is that the private market is finally beginning to supply it, so that's the good news. The bad news is they are only doing it in selected neighborhoods. And, probably Google has been the most explicit about this. If they come here, they have a program where basically they, let everybody say, I want it, and in neighborhoods where they get enough signups, they provide it, and everywhere else, they don't. So, it would not be hard to imagine Powellhurst Gilbert not having broadband, right? And broadband is going to be a key gateway to prosperity in the future. It's unacceptable to me as an equity issue that the city doesn't have a goal that says every neighborhood gets broadband, right? So that's essentially saying we're going to use the tools we have as a city to make sure every neighborhood gets broadband. That's my goal here.
Comments? My concern is defining universal, because in the glossary, universal design principles is defined. And I would want to, it says
So would you
for
want to do a friendly
a.
amendment to add
you-
that to the glossary? After we talk about this amendment?
Well, I don't want them to go and look at universal design principles
right.
as,
I
it says
agree.
for a universal population, but I would,
Yeah, I need to look at that definition. Usually what universal design in our rule are universal access. Well, universal design refers to fully accessible,
Yeah.
physically
That's why I was asking
accessible.
about the
yes.
definition.
Right.
And so I wouldn't want them to apply that universal design to this universal.
Right. So I would be willing to withdraw this and then make another amendment to say, ensure access in all areas of the city, if that would be more comfortable for people.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just going to say equitable access throughout the city, whatever. I mean, we use the term equity so much. But whatever, sure. I think everybody knows what universal means. Do we really have to identify or define every term we use? People know what universal means.
So Chris, did you withdraw your, and
Well, I guess I'd look to your advice, Eric, with saying access in all areas of the city be cleared.
Well, no, I mean,
And staff's
that's
view.
fine.
Oh, hold on.
All right, so I am-
Hold on.
I'm withdrawing this motion and making another motion to say, to ensure access in all areas of the city.
Second.
And access is defined.
Oh, yeah, so you can park your data too.
Make sure you park your data, right.
Is that a capital C city or lowercase c city?
lowercase.
Lowercase? Okay.
Otherwise, it might just be interpreted as city buildings.
Okay.
Is there a second to this?
I already seconded it.
Oh, okay. Comments, questions? Julie?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes.
Yes.
And actually, I guess I should relabel this since we're practicing. This is now 7A because we've modified it slightly. And
6 out of 7, I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, that's it?
okay, so I
Don't
think
get cocky.
those were the easy ones. And that's all we had for tonight. So
There are more coming.
let's debrief. Let's debrief a little bit on how that worked and whether this is a format that works for you, because we're going to have a bigger volume coming forward, presumably. So we got through 7 of them in an hour-ish with, if you take away the introduction. So we have, at the next work session, I believe we have about the same amount of time. And then beyond that, it's on the 14th. And it does depend on the hearing. If you don't have a lot of testimony on the scenario report, we'll have more time.
Eric, will we have access to these amendments prior to the meeting? And if so, how much?
In the case of, in this time, since we didn't get the amendments until Sunday, we weren't able to send them until yesterday, and then we realized at the last minute the missing a few. So our goal is to have them to Monday morning, if you get them to us Friday afternoon. So,
We're going to have a day to think about it.
so on the 19th is a Friday, and we'd like you to identify them by then, and one of us will compile them over the weekend and then email them out to the commission on Monday in the first half of the day. So you'll have, if you write on your calendar to look at the amendments Monday evening or Tuesday morning, you'll have seen them then.
Michelle?
And we're going to also be, as we did today, we're going to be trying to identify at the last minute if there are any staff or other, bureau experts that need to be pulled into the loop.
That would be great.
We will do that. And if if we get to a place where we need more time to make a decision, we can always hold over items. That just means that that we're into the 14th of July to do that.
That's a question. I'm working through the hard copy at this point, but if there's like a term and I want to see where it shows up throughout the plan, is the PDF searchable?
I believe it. We also gave you Word
Okay,
documents, so you
great.
can do your own searches, yeah.
So a couple of things, I think as we go forward, it would be good if we could get all the GP7s all at the same time, even though they may jump back between commissioners, so that we're not going from GP2
Yeah.
to GP9. We just
Yeah, no, we'll
kinda
sort
walk through
them
the
in order
sections.
to the extent we can
Yeah.
and do them in groups.
Yeah, okay. And the other one was just the terms. We got hung up on terms. So if commissioners are proposing a new term, not in the glossary, that if they can send at least their definition of the term, because everyone's going to refer to the glossary and say it's defined differently or it's not defined, and then we get to either having to define it or change your amendment potentially. So it would be good if they're introducing a new term that we can have what that definition is.
Or if you're relying on a glossary term, to just maybe note that in your notes that go with the amendment request, so that we're all clued into the fact that there's language there that's magic.
Okay, this is going to be painful, but I still have the question. So when I'm going through it, and for example, I hit a policy that says maintain, my initial reaction is, okay, are we sure that we're at a level where maintain is an appropriate term?
Right.
So if I flag those and send them to you as soon as possible, somebody can tell me, yeah, we are.
Yeah, this is a good point. If a couple conversations with us may be appropriate prior to the 19th, one of which would be just if there are questions that you're not sure if you want to make an amendment, you just need help interpreting something, which is sort of what you're saying, email that to Julie and we will figure that out as quickly as we can. Another thing that might come up is you may have a general amendment in mind and you want staff's help drafting it. So that's also possible within reason. I'm not going to rewrite a chapter, but if there's a general thing and you're just not quite sure how to word it, let us know and we can try and help you with that. So communication through the email as individuals is fine that way, and then we'll be sharing all that with the commission and daylighting it in the next session.
Other comments? Process improvement?
And we don't have a quota on amendments per person, but just, but the chair might go there at some point if we're.
So how will you handle people that we have multiple amendments on the same item?
If we get two different amendments on the same policy or two conflicting, if they're more or less the same, we'll try and work that out ahead of time and let you know. But if at the last minute we get two that are in conflict, we will try and figure out if there's a logical order to do them in and let you know that this is, we'll flag those so that you know you're about to vote on one where there's a second version of it coming up. And
Okay.
I can probably quickly read both of them just so you see them both before we have a big discussion.
I think you should do that.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we get one or two of those.
Okay. Any last questions? Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Julie, we are adjourned.
Just one more informal reminder is that all of these tonight were policy amendments. Remember that you can do map amendments too. And so if we sent that link to the map, the online map. So let us know if you have any technical challenges getting into that map or if you have any questions about that tool. We are available to meet with you with paper maps. I'm meeting with Howard tomorrow, or is it tomorrow or sometime this week? Yeah, day after tomorrow. So we can pay you a visit with paper maps and make sure you understand that stuff too. And PDFs of the map are also posted online if you need that.
Hopefully, huh? We're adjourned. We're adjourned.